For the invocation and the pledges, please. We have Pastor Joel Garza with the Bridge Church here to lead us in the invocation. Thank you for being here,
Pastor.
Pastor.
Thank you, Judge. Let us pray. Father, in the name of Jesus, we come before you today, and we thank you for this day. We thank you for life. And we thank you for this opportunity you've given us to meet. I pray for Commissioner's Court today, for the judge and the commissioners, and I pray for every decision that needs to be made today, every issue that will be discussed, every person and organization that will be recognized and honored today. I pray your blessing over them. And Father, we thank you for this year, 2024. As we come to a close, we put it in your hands, and we are grateful and thankful for everything that you've done, for the highs and lows. We thank you that you've been with us. And we put all this in your hands, Lord, and we also, in advance, we thank you for the year to come. We love you and we thank you. In Jesus' precious, powerful, and mighty name we pray. Amen.
Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you. You may be seated. It looks like it's a little crowded in here. I would ask first if we have any commissioners that would like to announce a conflict of interest on anything. You may do so when the item comes up if you fail to do so now. Then sorry. It is December the 11th. It is 9:07. We are at 9:01 Leopard. We have all commissioners present, and I call this meeting to order. Now I would like to ask if there are any conflicts of interest. Sorry. And I have none being said, so it is 9:08, and I will open for the public hearing. The Nueces County Commissioners Court will hold a public hearing on Wednesday, December the 11th, for the to solicit input and the participation of its residents on the Colonia Self-Help Center program. Do we have anyone signed up for? Oh, yes. Anna, are you going to speak on this?
I will speak on it.
Okay, yes, please.
Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. This public hearing is to provide the community with updates of the Colonia Self-Help Center program. Nueces County was awarded a grant for the Colonia Self-Help Center from the Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs. The awarded amount is $500,000. The funds are to be used in 5 colonias selected by Commissioners Court. These colonias are Banquete, Jaylen, Cindy Park, The Ranch, and Blue Bonnet. The grant is through December 1st, 2026. The Colonia Self-Help Center for Nueces County will assist Colonia residents with tool lending program, a technology access program, and a reconstruction of a home. Nueces County has selected Come Dream, Come Build to help administer the program. I'm not sure if they are here to add any input. Okay.
Can you explain a little bit more to the public that maybe are hearing about this the first time, possibly, that there's a process? This is not the first hearing or the first meeting that they've had on this?
We will have annual updates, and usually they are in December. The CDCB will be administrating. They are third-party administrators, so they will be out in the colonias, on these 5 colonias, giving out flyers, doing technology, computer access at the community centers. Some will be in the evening, but that hasn't been established yet. The tool lending, they'll be lending. They have gone out to the residents to see what kind of need there is for any type of tools, and they will purchase it, and then they will be renting out not renting out, but lending out the tools and return them back. Tool access, teaching, helping assistant with technology. Maybe some don't have internet. They can go and learn with technology access, resumes, things like that.
Thank you. Very good. I'm told we have no one that has signed up for public comment. If there is anyone here that wishes to do so that didn't have the opportunity to sign up.
On this item.
On this item, not on public comment, no, on this, for the public hearing, excuse me. then that will conclude our public hearing then.
Thank you.
It is 9:10, and we're concluding the public hearing, going to adopt our resolutions. On F1, we have in recognition of the Flower Bluff Lady Hornets volleyball team and their 2024 state championship and historic season. Emily is going to read that.
Judge, if you give them a second to come in in the hall, please.
Please, yes.
I know.
Okay. Perfect. Whereas the Flower Bluff Lady Hornets volleyball team is led by head coach Carol Wallace, varsity assistant coach Kristen Rodriguez, assistant coach Floressa Williams-Basie, assistant coach Taylor Aikenhead, team manager Kinsey O'Brien, and team manager Caden Owens. Whereas the Flower Bluff Lady Hornets volleyball team consists of Holly Santos, Jr., Alyssa Thornton, sophomore, Carly Brady, Jr., Ashby McCracken, Senior, Christina Rodriguez, sophomore, Addison Mayo, sophomore, Kate Croft, sophomore, Talia Rodriguez, senior, Lola Fisher, junior, Kennedy Teal, junior, Emily Eggleston, sophomore, Margaret Croft, senior, Elia Thornton, senior, Izzy Sanchez, senior. Whereas the Flower Bluff Lady Hornets volleyball team finished their season as the 2024 UIL 5A D1 state champion and brought home the first state volleyball championship to the Coastal Bend since 1994. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Commissioners Court of Nueces County does hereby recognize the Flower Bluff Lady Hornets volleyball team as the 2024 state champions in their historic season.
Awesome, ladies.
So moved, Judge.
I'll second the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. And yes, please, we would love to hear from you, ladies. Congrats.
Thank you so much for having us here today. We really appreciate it. Beside me right here is Margaret Croft. She has been on our team for 4 years, and she has been a captain for us and kind of led our team, been at the helm of it, and she's going to continue on and play at SMU. But we just wanted to say that we are honored and we feel super blessed to be able to represent our community and our school. We have the best backing from our administration, and everyone has really pulled together in South Texas. So it's just been a true honor to be able to represent this area of Corpus and kind of put us on the map. So it's been quite the journey and very, very exciting, and we feel very honored to be here. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Did she answer too? No, she
Oh,
doesn't.
come on. Judge, if I could, just
Yes,
real quick.
please.
You know, it's such an honor to be able to represent Flower Bluff, and I've got to tell you that the only word I can come up with that championship match was gritty, because that was one of the most exciting five. Wow, that was incredible. Up, 1-1, lose one. That was just amazing, and that's just a testament to how your whole season was. You dominated. You were incredible. You were awesome to watch in the playoffs. It's fun. I really enjoyed the story. I think there's 3 sets of sisters on this team, which I think is a really cool deal. I know I think 2 or 3 might be seniors. I don't know how they're going to do without one of the Crofts and all the other wonderful ladies that have been on this team for so long. It's just been amazing to watch, not just this year, but for the last 2 or 3 or 4 years. Y'all have just been such a dominant program in South Texas. But the coolest thing is how you do it. You do it with such class on the court. You're great scholars. We all know how demanding Flower Bluff is as a school. So we couldn't be more proud of you in Nueces County. And it's been an amazing run at Flower Bluff for athletics this year in general, I know. And we're going to get the football team here in January to recognize them, hopefully, since I see Coach Elwood back there. And I'll make sure to let them know that we want to do that. And I know we need to get Miller in here in January, too, because they had such a great run. But we're so excited and so appreciative of how you represent in a state championship. Let's say that a couple of times. A state championship. That is phenomenal. Anytime you win any state championship in the state of Texas, which has got to be the most competitive state for any sport, and certainly volleyball, that's something they will never, ever, ever be able to take away from you and the achievement that you've accomplished. And it is an amazing testament. So thank you for being here today. Thank you for how you represent Nueces County. We are so appreciative of all of you and so proud of everything. And I have to add to being a proud father of a Flower Bluff student. It's been especially fun to watch from that respect as well. So congratulations. Congratulations. Merry Christmas to all of you and your families, and God bless. Thank you very much for being here.
It would be our honor if you ladies would come forward and take a photo with us, please.
I do have to say, I wish you would have picked TCU over SMU, but I'm okay. It's all right. I'll get over it. But, I'll still root for you for sure.
Yeah, ladies, congratulations.
You want seniors here?
No, I just didn't know. Some of you had jackets on, some of you, I didn't know if it was.
Can we maybe have some girls?
Yeah, maybe some girls that go back there.
Can we have y'all put in the back? Yes. Okay, 1, 2, 3, go to the back.
Yeah, you are. They were just on a ledge.
What? No, that's going to be in the picture. Put that back on. Oh, her hoodie, okay. We got to leave her medal on.
And then if y'all all want to take one step this way, you're welcome. I'll go in the back one step this way, please. Perfect. Now we're sitting. Okay. Can y'all see everybody? You sure? Okay.
Get this out of the way.
1, 2, 3. Cheese. And one more time. 1, 2, 3.
And now me. Sorry, guys. One more. Oh, yeah. I can see everybody. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Perfect. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
We'll give them the opportunity to get out. Moving on, item G1, in recognition of Commissioner Robert Hernandez's 26 years of service with Nueces County. What an accomplishment. He is retiring. We have a certificate for you, and we have a watch as well. We just want to say thank you. I know you've worked in various places in the courthouse and been instrumental in a lot of the information that goes on from behind the scenes, and then serving as a commissioner as well. And we commend you and say thank you and wish you all the best in your retirement.
Thank you.
Commissioner, I just want to say a couple of words. I want to thank you personally for your passion to continue to help the Colonia area, the west side of the county, for always wanting to be there to help people and help improve their lifestyles. And, I know I can always depend on you to do that. And I want to thank you for reaching out and for everything you have done during the time that you've been here. And I know that you have really, during the short time you have been here, you have done a lot that hadn't been done before, and hopefully we'll continue to do more once you're gone too. Sure. So you started the movement, and the movement is to help those that need help, the poorest, underserved. So hopefully, I want to thank Commissioner Hernandez for reaching out and being a partner in that, and hopefully we'll continue to move forward. So God bless you and your family. And mi casa es tu casa. In the county always, okay?
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you very much. Judge, if I may say a few words.
Yes, please.
First, I want to thank my God, and I want to thank Ms. Carolyn Vaughn for making this possible. If she hadn't done what she did, I wouldn't be here, okay? She allowed me the opportunity, which that's what I've always asked for. Just give me the opportunity to show you what I can do. You can't work at the county for 22 years or longer and not know what's needed, okay? And what's needed is a little bit more compassion for our employees that work day and night to keep this county going. I started my experience with the county back in the 60s when I was going to high school. Okay, it was a part-time job for me, going to high school and working at the county, the old courthouse. And I got to know several commissioners, Noah Kennedy, Robert Barnes, and the one that I really admired the most was Carl Blunzer. That gentleman would come into work in the mornings, okay, take off his coat, lit his cigar, and go work out in the county with his employees. And that's what I've been trying to imitate, okay? Because I thought he was, I know he was a good mentor to me, and this is why I do what I do. Like I said, I've worked for the county 22 years. And I've always had this in mind, and I especially give thanks to God and to Ms. Carolyn Vaughn, because if she hadn't allowed me the opportunity, I wouldn't have been able to express myself and show the people what any employee can do, okay? Any employee is as qualified to do this type of work as any person that has a lot of money. That's the only difference that comes between people that really know how to do work is money, okay? So, thank you all very much. Thank you to the citizens for allowing me to serve you all. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak?
Sure. I want to thank Commissioner Hernandez for, remember his first couple of meetings really showing that fiscal responsibility was important to him, and he put us on notice that was important, and he helped stop some projects that in the end were going to probably be a waste or a loss of resources. And so he's been a tireless advocate for his precinct, and I feel like anyone I ever work with, I always try to learn and emulate, like you were saying what you did with the commissioner when you worked with him all those years ago. The same from you as you're leaving, is that you've been tireless in your responsibility to the budget and to the people and to the taxpayers. And so appreciate that. And that will be something that I know that I'll carry from you. And I know you won't go away. I know you're active in the community. You have your radio show. And so we know that we'll hear from you on issues as they come up. So thank you for your years of services and appreciate your time being here on the court. Thank you.
Commissioner, any?
Yes, I just wanted to say, Commissioner Hernandez, thank you very much for your service. It is definitely a sacrifice to be here and to be away from your family and your friends and to do this work, and it is public service. And thank you also for your 22 years prior to these 4 years as a an employee here in Nueces County, and all the hard work that you did as well. I think, if there's one thing that will definitely be part of your legacy, it will definitely be the hard work done on the Hilltop project, that you can always look back and know that you had a big hand in that, getting a project off the ground that would not have otherwise gotten off the ground. So thank you very much for your service and your time. It's greatly appreciated.
Thank you.
We have a certificate and your watch, and we could take a photo also, all the commissioners together.
I'd rather not take photos.
That's fine.
Thank you very much.
Item G2, and recognition of Deputy Ignacio David Garcia's 39 years of service. Where's he at? Oh, sorry, he's sitting down. I can't see him.
Judge, I think we need to keep another
tired.
year.
He's
We got to
tired.
get. We got to get.
He's tired.
Hey, don't we need to?
I see all the deputies, everybody here, but I didn't see him.
Hey,
Deputy
David, don't we need to keep
Garcia.
you one more year to get to 40? I mean, what,
Yeah.
39? Like, come on.
39?
40. That's not, yeah, we need an even number.
It's okay, we go back to 38.
We are honored to have you here today and to recognize you for your many years of service to this county. And thank you very much for all those. I've known you for a long time, and we greatly appreciate it. Yes.
Thank you, Judge and Commissioners, and I want to thank everybody for being here.
He's speaking in the microphone. Can you lift it up a little bit? Yes.
Thank you, Judge, and Commissioners, for being here for me all these years, and my department, my sheriff. First of all, I want to thank God. I've been truly blessed all my life, and then I've been very blessed to work with such a great group of people here at Nueces County. We definitely have the finest people in the state of Texas. That's why my 39 years went by very fast, because when you come to work here, it's not work, it's a family, and I've always said that. So God bless all of you. Thank you for always being so good to me and my family. It's been an honor to serve everyone here, the public, the community, and the judges here that have entrusted me to go out and protect them and serve them. So it's really been a great honor for me. And I want to thank this man right here also, because we went to the first CIT class, and I remember when we were there, we had to pick a partner, and they said pick somebody, and everybody picked everybody. And I looked, and the sheriff looked at me. That's when he was still with CCPD, and he said, "Do you have a partner?" I said, "No." He says, "Come on." So we were partners there. So I've always wanted to thank him for always being very good to me and very, very nice to me. Thank you, Sheriff.
Hey, so David is an example. David's an example of what Commissioner Hernandez just got through talking about. It's the employees that make Nueces County as successful and as significant as it is for the people that we serve. And so David will be missed, and David's worked for 5 or 6 sheriffs. I'm just lucky enough to have spent the last 6 years working with him. David, more than once, I've seen him down on the first floor of the courthouse engaged in prayer with citizens and employees who were going through a hard time. A lot of hard times happen in this courthouse, whether it's civil or criminal or even employee matters. And David has never been the least bit shy in pulling out a prayer card and sharing his faith and his joy with people in need. And David, I think that's one thing that I'm going to miss most. Probably won't see that again. The other thing is David was always on the perimeter of the courthouse in the UTV, David's hot ride. And he was always spending so much time on the perimeter outside of the courthouse, keeping it safe for our visitors. And so you're going to be hard, if not impossible, to replace. And I just want us to, from the bottom of my heart, David, thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Anyone else wish to make a comment?
Also have my wife here, Patsy, if you just stand up for a second.
Oh, please, yes.
I just wanted to echo some of the stuff the sheriff was saying. I mean, David has just always been such an inspirational light around this courthouse, always had a smile on his face and a positive word to say to people, me included. He was just always so uplifting, and I know had tribulations in his life, but you would never know it by the way he lived his life here, and the sacrifice that you've made for this county and protecting those around us and in this county for so long is amazing. You have your own personal story that we've all heard before about how you almost lost your life protecting people in this county, and thank God you didn't. And I really want to say thank you not only for that incident and all the other times you put yourself in harm's way to protect us, that we appreciate you. Not only as a public servant, as a law enforcement officer, but just as a person. You're just a good guy, David, and we'll miss you around here, and we'll miss that light, and I hope you know that you're always welcome, and you're always welcome in my office, and I know everybody up here's office, because you've just always been such a positive person and such a great testament to what the county employees are, and you embody that. So thank you for your service, and thank you for being just a great guy. Appreciate it. God bless, and Merry Christmas.
And David, it's always funny calling you David, but you're just that personable. You know, even though you're a deputy, Deputy Garcia is David, and exactly what Commissioner Chesney said is, you've been here like Deputy Vasquez, and you provide security for this court over the years, and as long as I've been here, and I've always felt safe with you here, but also just your demeanor. I never saw you out on the street, but I can imagine that's probably the same approach you took with every person you came across. And that come across to me that we'd have a difficult meeting, and there you are, well, we're praying for you. Or, just keep your head up. Or, we're paying attention, and we thank you for what you're doing. And you don't have to do that. I mean, your job is really just to make sure that we stay safe and everyone in this courthouse stays safe. But you would take those times to say thank you. Or to pray for us, and those things mean a lot, and they say a lot about your character. And you will be missed because you're a part of just this courthouse. And so I'm sure we will see you, and we hope that you will continue to be active in supporting law enforcement in one form or another. But I want to thank you for your years of service and for the sacrifices you've made, and thank God that He saved you that one fateful day, Lord. That we say thank you for David's life, because we can't get to say this many times to people that we care about until they've already been called home. But we get this chance to say that to you today, and these words are from the heart, David. So I want you to know that we appreciate what you've done for the men and women of your department that you've worked with all these years, all the sheriffs that you've worked with, all the other law enforcement agencies, and for all the people in Nueces County. Thank you.
David, I just want to say a few words. I've known you for a long time. We have a lot of history. So I guess since Delmar, and then I saw you here, and then I appreciate the fact that you took my son under your wing and showed him the ropes of law enforcement. He started there in the jail, and thanks to you, now he's a sergeant with the Department of Public Safety. So thank you, David, for that. And you will be missed. It's not to say that there's a lot of other folks in your department that also, when they retire or have retired, are being missed. But David, I just want to, from the bottom of my heart, I want to tell you thank you very much. Okay, and God bless you and your family. Merry Christmas to you all, David. Take care.
David, I'm going to say just a few words. I consider you to be a brother, friend. We go back a long ways. And I got to give a lot of credit to your wife, Patsy, because she's had a lot on her shoulders. And she's managed to pull through it, stand behind you, stand with you. And with that, how can you go wrong? So we hunt it together. We break bread together. So family is our family. And we're going to miss you sitting here at the courthouse. You know, I always look over there to see if you're still there, you know. And, you know, people sometimes when we say thank you for your service, thank you for what you do, I know that everybody in this room, we're all in harm's way. But when people put on that uniform, and I've worn your uniform, it's a different. The first responders, it's different. It's a different harm's way. So not only to you, to all the officers that put their lives on the line every single day when they put the uniform, it means a lot. And it means a lot because you're the ones we call when we need somebody. And you all respond. So that's how you put your life on the line. You know, so I want to thank you for still being here. I know you almost lost your life one time, but I want to thank you for staying with it, staying in law enforcement. Thank Patsy for staying with you. And, you know, I just wish you the best. And I know you're going to spend some time at the little ranch. So, well, my blessings to you. And, you know, of course, we can always continue having a cup of coffees, you know. And I want to thank you for being a chaplain for the FOP. You did an excellent job as a chaplain, you know, because you have that talent. So I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart to you and Patsy for what you've done for this community. Okay? Thank you and God bless you.
We have a watch and a presentation for you. If you and your wife would like to join us as well, we would love to have a photo with you. Yes.
Down there, come up here.
Probably down here if it's just us, unless all the law enforcement are there.
Probably be and his wife first.
Do y'all want to have for that law enforcement here?
Was that first?
Where do you want it? Back here, further back. Once you step over this, yes. Right here in the center with your left one, yes. Dedicated your service to. Thank you so much. You're the highlight. Ready? Yes. With all law enforcement?
Uniforms, please.
Can we maybe get them to come back behind the back? Yes, they're taller if they want to. Well, so y'all don't have to move, just make the. Like that, a list. Yes.
Like two people maybe on this side, just kind of even it out.
Right here.
Yes, she is. Hey, someone come.
Okay, ready?
let them clear out a little bit. Chief Cook, is he leaving? Did you ask him about that? Chief Cook, did he leave? I thought you would. Do you have his number? Where'd Peyton go? Come here. Okay, moving on to public comment today. First up, we have Mr. Kelly with the Veterans Land Board. We're honored to have you with us today. Please know that just state your name. You have 3 minutes to speak, and we can't comment and respond to anything that is said. So thank you.
Thanks very much, Judge, Commissioners, county staff, and the citizens of Nueces County. I bring you greetings from Austin. My name is Dr. John Kelly. I'm the director of the Texas State Veterans Cemetery Program. As a reminder, I was here just about exactly a year ago. For those of you who may not have been there then, a reminder of why I was here then. The VA every year sends out questionnaires to the next of kin and the funeral directors for services conducted at our state veteran cemeteries. They collect those responses back, prepare a report. We have no hand in that. It's directly between the VA and the next of kin and funeral directors. And then they provide us a report. And in particular, what I'm here today for is the customer satisfaction score. In 2021, we received a 97.46% customer satisfaction score, which is an incredible score. If you compare it in the corporate world, they shoot for 90% or better. 2021, we're at 97%. In 2022, it went up to 98.12%. And I was here last year because in 2023, it went up to an amazing 99.03% customer satisfaction. We received our 2024 results a few weeks ago. To all who shall see these presents, greetings. Know ye that Nueces County is recognized for their dedication and unparalleled service to our cherished veterans and their families. The Coastal Bend State Veteran Cemetery directly contributed to the achievement of an extraordinary 99.11% customer satisfaction rating for the Texas State Veteran Cemetery Program. That's signed Dawn Buckingham, Chairwoman of the Veterans Land Board. I would like to point out, this is not John Kelly sitting in Austin that does this. It's these great employees present today and those who are over at the cemetery who achieve those results because they're the ones that are interacting with the next of kin, with the funeral directors, taking care of that cemetery, its appearance, etc. And so on behalf of Commissioner Buckingham, I want to thank you all for providing these great employees and taking care of them every day. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You want to take a picture?
You want to take a picture with them, the employees, probably?
Do that. They just can't comment. All right.
We have a picture, Judge.
JJ?
Sure.
JJ, do you want to say a few words?
He signed up next, but if you want
Oh,
to
did
get a
he?
picture first while we get Mr. Kelly, yes. Thank you.
Take a picture of the employees, be good. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Good job, guys. Good job.
Recognition well deserved.
You're going to have to come down, sir. Yeah, I try that all the time. If someone needs to come up here, y'all can come up here if it's too tight.
Yeah.
So whatever y'all want to
The
do.
tallest people.
Yeah, come on up. But you're going to have to. All right. Jake. Yes, please. Yeah. In your tiptoes. Not y'all.
One more. 1, 2, 3. All right.
Well done. Thank you. Thank you all. Well done. Merry Christmas.
Next up, our employee, JJ De La Cerda.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. Thank you for allowing me to speak. First and foremost, I just want to thank Dr. Kelly, Freddie, the Veterans Land Board. We have a great partnership with the state, always supportive. If you haven't been to the cemetery, there's so much going on. The expansion project, we have new vehicles. So I want to thank you personally, Dr. Kelly, for everything you've done. I wanted to take time to also thank our staff. We have so many staff members that touch the Veteran Cemetery. Our social workers actually touch the cemetery, our cemetery staff. We have staff from the auditing office. We have staff from the purchasing office. So it's a teamwork, and I want to thank everybody. But lastly, I want to invite the court and the public to come out to the Veteran Cemetery this weekend, this Saturday. We have our Wreaths for Fallen Heroes ceremony. It's going to be over at the Coastal Bend State Veteran Cemetery. We start at 11 o'clock in the morning. But I do recommend you get there a little bit early because we're expecting about 2,000 to 3,000 people to show up. As we know, we're in an expansion project, so there's limited parking at the cemetery. But we have expanded to park and ride locations. We have 3 park and ride locations. We have the DPS Driver's License Office. We have Tuloso Midway Primary Elementary School. And then Arlington Heights Baptist Church on Rand Morgan. Corpus Christi Regional Transit Authority will be providing the park and ride shuttle service. So please come out and join us. We have a lot planned. It's going to be a great event. So thank you very much for the time.
Thank you. Deanna King.
I would like to congratulate Commissioner Hernandez on his accomplishments as Commissioner for Precinct 1. You have achieved your goal, which was to help this community by addressing school safety issues, park improvements, drainage improvements, veteran services. You even helped coordinate with TxDOT the expansion of FM 624 Road. You created a road with the help of IRT inside the Hazel Bazemore Park. You sponsored student health fairs, Hilltop Community Center renovations, Banquete Baseball Field lighting project, and Lindale Park improvements. You have always been an advocate for Nueces County employees, even when you were an employee yourself. It is the main reason you decided to run for commissioner. Also, you were fiscally responsible of taxpayers' money. We had projects that you wanted to complete, which was Stonegate drainage improvement, new Driscoll Community Center, and exercise equipment at the Hazel Bazemore Park. But items were tabled by members of this court. I must remind this Commissioners Court and future elected Commissioners Court members that you represent Nueces County, Texas, and not some. Commissioners Court is supposed to be nonpartisan, and government should continue to function no matter who enters into office, because government is for the people and not for individuals. In the words of Martin Luther King Jr., the time is always right to do what is right. In closing, Commissioner Hernandez, you may feel like you have lost this battle, but in 2 Chronicles 20:15 it states, "The battle isn't yours, it's God." And I truly believe God will make the unjust just in his time. So, Commissioner, you can walk with your head up, held up high, because you've always tried to do what is right by advocating on behalf of Nueces County employees and this community. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Weber?
John Weber. Good morning, Commissioners Court. I received a very large postcard in the mail before the election stating that 2 people on this court had endorsed a person running for the court. It appears to be a conflict of interest endorsing a friend to the same court you serve on. At the very least, these endorsements were poor ethical decisions and should never be repeated. I was very disappointed after watching the November 13th meeting. Corpus Christi City Council member Pusley provided a letter to the Commissioners Court to have several items tabled until he was sworn into office. I have a few problems with this. Number one, he hasn't been sworn into office and should not be controlling the workflow of this court. It appears he is already influencing the Commissioners Court before he is sworn into office. Number two, the items were put on the agenda for a reason. These items needed to be addressed for the Commissioners Court to continue their business. The Council's business should not have been put on hold because of one man's wishes. If it were not for Mr. Pusley's letter to the Commissioners Court, these items would have been voted on. Number three, the City Council of Corpus Christi has not tabled any items until the new council members have been sworn in. That means Council Member Pusley is currently voting on city issues, and because this Commissioners Court voted to table, the items will also be voting on county issues. It looks like he is double dipping to me. Mr. Pusley has been under investigation by the Texas Rangers for allegedly violating Section 551.143 of the Texas Open Meetings Act and for allegedly violating Section 552.351 of the Texas Public Information Act. Based on actions this court took during the November 13th meeting, should the public and the Texas Rangers expect more allegations? Don't allow yourself to be influenced or bullied. I can only guess Mr. Pusley won't be the only one being investigated. I will be keeping a close eye on this Commissioners Court. Have a nice day.
Thank you. Rachel Caballero.
Good morning, elected representatives. I am grateful for the First Amendment that allows me the right to come here and speak my grievances. I would like to thank Commissioner Hernandez for a steadfast representation of our community and our county. I applaud you for not falling for the corruptness that is involved in our community. As a nation and as a state, as a county and as a city, we have lost sight of who should be representing us. And Mr. Hernandez, you were who should publicly serve our community, is a community member who has worked hard within the organization and elevated, you were able to get into a position of authority and actually represent us and not just special interests. So for that, I applaud you for your integrity, for your morals, and for not falling into the corrupt basket that we find others in that we're fighting against currently. So, sir, I really appreciate your efforts. It has not gone unnoticed. The fight will not end, and we will end corruption, and you will be able to see it soon. I am very, very, very disappointed in the fact that your assistant can't work for the new Precinct 1 representative due to personal issues. That does not show leadership. It does not show ability to work with others. And I'm fearful of what this court is going to look like in the future. Sometimes intensity provides results. The intensity is going to increase. We're now going to have a majority shall we say, bullying section, and we will be paying attention to every commissioner's court going forward, because you are to be representing the community, the best interest of the community, and not just your buddies who you've known for a long time. We have a problem in this county where we transfer problems from the City of Corpus Christi Council to this court, and hopefully soon that will end. I'd also like to make a recommendation that you guys save $60,000 in lobbyist fees, as we just elected, a state representative, your protege, Judge Scott, to the House. So maybe we save that $60,000 and you keep the lines of communication open through that avenue. Also, I'd like to just reiterate that the city of Driscoll is actually a city that needs to be represented, and they need improvements there. And we have to, we're watching you. Let the items pass, quit tabling them, and enough is enough, guys. Enough is enough.
Thank you. Commissioner Hernandez, you signed up for public comment?
Yes, Judge, I did, and I won't be very long. I just want to touch on that item of Driscoll. We've already spent $150,000 on engineering and other expenses, and the people of Driscoll deserve this community center. Okay, I know that Mr. Pusley made a comment that Driscoll is dying anyway. Well, maybe the city don't have the traffic they used to have, but they're still citizens, they're still taxpayers, and it's for our senior citizens that have worked a long time to have this for them. So I encourage you all, I know, to please get this done. It's already ready to go. It's set, and as far as Stonegate retention fund, that's also ready to go. It's been paid for. We just need to not prolong it any longer. And it's for the community. It's for the people that live out there. Okay? We're not harming anybody else but those folks. Okay? And before I leave, I certainly do want to appreciate my assistant, Ms. Deanne King. If not for her, we were a team since we first came in. Okay? I wanted to ask her to come work for me, but I knew she worked for a law firm for 30 years, and I didn't know that she wanted to come work for me. So, we were missing each other. But finally, she called me and says, that she wanted a job. I said, well, I've been wanting to offer you one, but I didn't know if you want to leave your law firm. So, and I remember what my dad told me. My parents said, if you're ever going to do anything, surround yourself with good people. And that's what I've done. So, Ms. King, Deanne King, I don't know if you're watching, but thank you very much for your service. And thank you to you and your mom for allowing you to work for me. So thank you very much, Ms. King. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Chief Cook, you didn't sign up, but I heard you wanted to speak. So I have someone else already asked to be last, so you're next to last.
Honorable Commissioners, Judge, I'm Chief Deputy Cook. I'm the Chief Deputy of Operations for the Nueces County Sheriff's Office. I come before you today to discuss the issue of the game room ordinance. I know there were some individuals that within the community that feel like that the ordinance is too restrictive. The whole point of the ordinance was to give us some control of those businesses that were opening as game rooms, so we would have some control over their operations. Yeah, it was designed to be a difficult process. It was designed to be restrictive. There has been some concerns expressed about the distancing portion of it, 1,500 feet from a residence, a church, or a school. I think it's an excellent ordinance at the time. I think there's some things we could do to even strengthen it and make it a better ordinance. But one thing I do want to say is that there is not a game room operating within the city of Corpus Christi that is operating within the law. Simply because you have a permit to operate doesn't mean you have a permit to go ahead and make illegal payouts. And every game room that operates that is profitable, that is open, is making illegal payouts. I think we have 5 game rooms that are presently permitted in the city of Corpus Christi, and 4 of them have been shut down by CCPD for illegal gambling. So if they're operating illegally. They can't, that's their business model. They cannot operate and make a profit if they're not making payouts. That's the whole purpose of going in and playing the games, is to get paid. And so they're not, these businessmen are not genuine legal businessmen. They are men that are trying to turn a profit at the cost of the citizens of Corpus Christi. They're not benefiting anybody. And in addition to that, some of these game rooms are connected to larger criminal organizations that function within the state and even internationally. So I encourage you to keep the ordinance in place, and at some point after the first of the year, I'm going to ask the county attorney's office to come forward with some additional amendments to make it more restrictive. Thank you.
Thank you. Trey Wyatt.
Good morning. My name is Trey Wyatt, and I'm here in my individual capacity. I just wanted to express my appreciation and thanks to the commissioners for the closure of County Road 44 in western Nueces County. It has long been a problem with crime and other issues, and I just wanted to express my appreciation and thanks for the closure of this road, because there's now much more peace and tranquility there than what was had in the past. And I wanted to express my gratitude for that. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you. Walter Macias. I say that correctly, sorry.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. This morning, my name is Walter Macias. I'm the Division Livestock Foreman for Wyatt Ranches at Los Robles Division, and I want to just reiterate what Trey Wyatt said, and thank you for the closure of the County Road 44. It's been a process. Been there at that division going on 12 years at that division, working on that same ranch, and that road has always been a problem for us since the beginning. That we had human trafficking. They're cutting our locks, opening our gates, removing the hinges from our gates. And, what's the purpose of having a gate with a lock? If they're going to cut the lock, they're going to remove the hinges, station vehicles in there, hiding the vehicles in there, and, me sending my coworkers to check the fence lines, all that. It was a safety hazard for my coworkers, my associates, and for the ranch itself. And for that, we want to appreciate, y'all taking into consideration and closing that road for us, and allowing us, to be able to have that peace now, and not just the peace, but the safety for our coworkers and the whole ranch itself, and everything, that happens around there. It's much more better now than it was before, and for that, we want to thank y'all. Thank you, Commissioners, and thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Bradford Wyatt.
Good morning, Judge. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Bradford Wyatt. I'm the administrator for Wyatt Ranches. I just wanted to follow through with what my coworker said and what my brother said. We greatly appreciate the closure of that county road. We had human trafficking. We had migrant encampments. We had stolen vehicles that would be staged inside of the ranches. A lot of my coworkers reside on the ranches and raise their families there. It was a very unsafe environment to be in, and since the road is closed, it's tremendously improved the quality of life for everyone in the area, truthfully, with respect to the immediate area. And so I again wanted to express my appreciation to all of you, and in addition, I wanted to thank you all for your service in public governance. I know that that's a difficult thing today, and know that your service is appreciated, especially your tenured service, and you all are appreciated. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here who wishes to speak on public comment that didn't have the opportunity to sign up? There being none, then that closes the public comment. Moving on to our consent agenda. Does any commissioner have anything they want to pull for further discussion on the consent agenda?
I have a question on O.
Oh, okay.
Clarification.
Any others?
Judge, I would make a motion to pass the consent agenda items except item O.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. Moving to item O, ratify and accept a letter of support for Driscoll Children's Hospital application for a grant for children's hospital construction.
Okay, what, that means what? That means they're submitting for a grant, and they want ours to support it, one else to support it?
They just want a letter of support from the county judge. I signed a letter, so I just put it on here so that it was from the county, but I signed it from the county judge, so.
Okay.
We do these for the RTA and everybody that asks
But they're the
for
ones
grants.
asking for the grant?
Yes, yes. It's just
So
a
moved.
letter of support.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. Moving on to the regular agenda. Item A1, discuss and consider a resolution approving the financing by the New Hope Culture Education Facilities Finance Corporation of health facilities located within Nueces County for sole purposes of Section 147 of the Internal Revenue Code 1986 as amended. I believe we have Mr. Abe Benavides on Zoom. This is a no cost or financial risk to the county. They just have to have us approve this action for them to go after it. Are there any questions, or does anyone want to talk to Mr. Benavides? Then I would accept a motion to pass.
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. Commissioner Mata seconded. Yes. Any other discussion? Or discussion period? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. I have been asked to table item 2. They are going to push this to another meeting. They had a conflict and couldn't be here. I'll make the motion to table.
Till
We have
first meeting in January?
yes.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. Item number 3, discuss and consider the renewal of Nueces County workers' compensation insurance coverages for the calendar year 2025. Mr. Tim Everest is here with that proposal, but it's in your booklets. If you have any questions, Tim worked with Carlisle. I believe Carlisle couldn't be here today, but it's just an annual renewal.
That's correct,
Right,
Judge.
yes,
Good morning, Commissioners.
yes, uh-huh.
Any questions or concerns? I put the PowerPoint together on the agenda itself. If there's any questions, I'm free to answer them. Just as note, Nueces County has, in the payroll reimbursement with Texas Association of Counties, to date, we've $15,000 in payroll reimbursement that the county's been able to recoup through the workers' compensation program. Are there any questions?
Make the motion to pass.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item number 4, discuss and consider the approval of an interlocal agreement between Nueces County, Nueces Center for Mental Health and Intellectual Disabilities, and Nueces County Hospital District relating to the jails and other detention facility diversion programs. And Mr. Hipp is here.
Good morning, Commissioners. Item number 4 is the annual agreement that we have with MHID for the hospital district to provide funding for jail diversion services. The county is a party to this agreement because MHID needs access to the jail and to the inmates as they come in. This funding agreement would be the 8th year. The amount of the agreement shown on page 13, it's about $2.5 million for this year. The amount would be higher, except that the state has begun to provide funds for these services. And eventually, the services that are listed on page 13 of the agreement will become a part of an overall program that fits into the facility improvements that y'all are providing MHID funds for over on Brownlee Boulevard.
So moved, Judge.
We have a motion. I'll second the motion. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you all. Y'all have a good day.
Thank
Merry
you.
Christmas.
Item number 5 and 6. I am going 5, 6, and 15. Actually, I'll go ahead and do these together as per what we did last meeting and as per the section 130.908 of the government code. We are tabling this until the new commissioner comes in next month, so I'll make the motion to table.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 No.
Any opposed?
No.
There's 3 ayes, 2 yays, so the motion passes. Item number 7, discuss and consider the approval of a revised jury plan for Nueces County as recommended by the district judges. This is a wording change that goes out in their flyer, allowing people to come in if they don't have access to computers. It was approved by the Board of Judges upstairs, so I'd make the motion to pass.
So moved.
We have a motion and a second. Sorry. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Item number 8, discuss and consider approval of no dune protection permit required for the City of Corpus Christi beach maintenance and sand placement program. Is someone here? Sorry.
Judge, Commissioners, my name is Dan Gurley. I'm the Gulf Beach and Natural Resource Superintendent for the City of Corpus Christi. When I received my new Corps permit, we're allowed to move sand from the north and south side of the jetty and put it in front of the seawall out into the water to help with the nourishment of the beach, so we do not have to close the seawall to vehicular traffic. So that's what this permit is for. If you have any questions, I'm here to answer.
So moved, Judge.
We have a motion. Do I have a second? I'll make the motion to second. Any other discussion? I made it. He seconded. Yeah. Make the motion to second. Sorry, that didn't sound right. Yes, okay. Thank you, Kara. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. 4 here. Commissioner Mata stepped out. If you need to make that in your notes. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Item number 9. 9, 10, and 11 are going to be kind of all intertwined somewhat, but discuss and consider, it says unobligating Precinct 2 ARPA monies and reallocate to Precinct 2 projects and related matters. I think on the paperwork you have unobligated or a total amount of $388,313. You want to reallocate to those 2 projects, that would leave you $364,568.18. And
that I want to exchange it, Judge, to that's the one I want to exchange to the Hilltop, so I can exchange it for the.
But I was also wondering if you.
Funds.
Wait, what are you trying to do here?
Trying to exchange those same money
That's the
from
next
the ARPA.
item. First, he wants to unallocate.
Yeah.
But I was also thinking, I know that it's been said several times today about wanting the Driscoll project to continue. If you unallocate this money, then the project does fail. There's no money for it. So if you want to,
So I'm confused, okay.
There's no guarantee that the Driscoll project will continue, Judge, is there?
There isn't, but this is a guarantee that it's going to stop because you take the money away, there is no funding for it.
Well, I'll take the money back.
Are you still taking your money back?
Yes.
Okay. This
If there's no
is,
guarantee,
wait,
I might as well
wait,
take it
are we
back.
doing 9 or?
we're doing 9 first.
Okay,
Yes.
so,
Number 9 is for him to unallocate, that would leave you with a balance of $364,568.18.
okay, so 9 is you're unobligating, how much again? I'm sorry, I had it in.
$23,750 I'm reallocating to the Colonia septic system and to Petronila Estates drainage for testing.
Oh, okay, so that's 10. So we're going to do 9 and 10 together. You want to just unallocate? I'm sorry, I'm just trying to, so we're going to do 9 and 10 together, or are you going to do 9
That's
first, just to unallocate?
Number 8, Commissioner State, she's the one that said it all together. Number
Oh.
8 will be unallocated funds, which comes up to $388,318.18. Out of that fund, then comes the next one. I'm going to reallocate $23,750 to two projects that I have. One is the Colonia septic system, the other one's Petronila Estates drainage for testing. And that gives me a balance of $364,568.18 in monies that are unallocated on ARPA funds. So now that brings us down to
Hold on,
number.
wait, we have to vote on this
I'm
first.
so
But
confused, sorry.
Teresa has a question.
So what
All right,
Commissioner
okay.
is doing, he has funds that are available in the Calderon building,
Right.
the ME renovations, Driscoll, and operation, some fund that has excess, and he's wanting to put 364,568.18 into unallocated. He hasn't identified what the funds are going to happen. He just wants them in unallocated ARPA monies right now. That's the first
But how do
thing.
we, how are
The
we,
first vote is just to,
Unallocate, unobligated.
okay, so, okay, that's what I got to get down to. So the
Okay.
first, because I got questions on the Hilltop thing, so.
yeah,
So
this is the
it's-
first one. It doesn't have
the first
anything to
one
do
is-
with Hilltop. He is unallocating all of these funds, or what's left over, I think his unallocated
No, they're
balance was
unobligated. They
59.
haven't been obligated yet.
They
Well,
were,
are.
this was
They're
left
a
over
part of
in the
projects,
project.
but
Leftover
Yes.
money's left
Well,
over.
yeah, they've been
You're
allocated, but
you're
you're
moving
going
them
to,
out of these
Yeah.
because
projects.
they came in under budget, is what you're saying? Or-
Right.
Except for the Driscoll, he's taken away, but.
No, no, okay, right.
Yes.
Okay, so the other funds that he's talking about besides Driscoll are funds that have been projects that were, that came in under budget and there's just leftover.
Right.
Okay.
Calderon, the 32,000 is remaining. The ME office, that 9,000 is remaining. The Driscoll, it's a part of the Driscoll project, but he's pulling those funds out.
Sure.
And then Operation Wellness is remaining, and then he had unallocated portion of 59K.
So first we're going to
So
unallocate,
that's
then we're
his
going to
total.
talk about what we're going to do with them, right? Okay, so the vote, your first motion is to unallocate that, and I'd second that.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 I know, that's confusing to me too, but
Right.
he just unallocated the monies that Teresa.
There's one vote for that. Now, the next vote is he wants to reallocate to,
Said I.
yeah, I said aye. Yeah.
Huh?
But we were all
Yeah, everybody
ayes.
said aye.
Yeah, everybody
Oh.
said aye on your unallocating your money.
Right.
The first part of the next vote is he wants to reallocate $2,750 to the Colonia septic system.
23,000.
I thought it's 21,000 to Petronila Estates and $2,750 to Colonias.
I got
It's
2,750.
2,750 for the Colonias,
Right.
and
It's
then for Petronila, it's
23,750 total. Yes.
Correct.
But there's two separate projects.
Can you read it,
That's
Teresa,
correct.
what you've got, please? I'm
So for
sorry.
the Colonials, he's reallocating 2,750, and then for Petronila Estates, 21,000. So the total is 23,750 of the 388 that he just put into unallocated.
Okay, all right.
That's his motion. I'll second the motion. I
It's gonna
assume
be
that's your
360.
motion, Commissioner
Right.
Gonzalez?
That part
Yes.
out.
I'm
I'll second the motion. All those in, I'm sorry, do you need?
Item 9.
It's part of
This is
10.
still item 9,
Oh, it's
part
still-
of the change, but it's two separate votes.
Wait, is this 9 or 10?
This is still 9. It's in his 9.
Okay.
This is two separate votes. Yes.
Got it.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Commissioner Hernandez?
Aye.
Yes.
Okay.
4. Commissioner Modas is out of the room. He is not here, so.
Okay.
Now, moving on to item number 10 is 11, sorry. No, 10, discuss and consider unallocating precinct 2. Well, it's already unallocated, so that's not a vote. You just unallocated the 364.
That's my balance of unallocated
Yes,
funds.
yes.
Well, no, we didn't unallocate the
The Hilltop, now
didn't-
is
we
your
didn't do
motion,
Hilltop.
you want to take it out
That's
of
my balance
Hilltop
right
and
now.
swap it.
No, I know, but we haven't unallocated
Right.
Hilltop yet.
So
That's
now he needs
part
to
of this.
determine where he's gonna, what he's gonna do with the
And how we're
364.
going to make up for the 364.
The
Or for
364 is
for
his
he's
balance.
Well, whatever he's taking away from Hilltop, you got to replace it, or that
You have
deal
to have
dies.
a project
Right.
in
No,
place.
you don't have to have a project.
Yeah.
No, you don't. Believe me, you don't. Once the money belongs to us in the county, Grant Works has nothing to do with those funds. So I don't have to, although I'm going to use some for medical examiners, I don't have to allocate any funds once for those monies.
Jessica Johnstone, we called her judge yesterday because there was some confusion, so we called Jessica Johnstone. She is online and she can speak to that.
Who's Jessica Johnstone?
She's with Grant
Works.
I don't understand. How are you, I'm trying to figure out how you're taking away from a project that we've already funded and contracted, and what are you replacing it
So
with?
he's replacing it with the ARPA monies. So the ARPA monies, kind of like what the judge did at
But what's
the
he doing?
project.
Like, no,
But I
right,
had
where
a
is he-
project
but
for
yes, you
it. I
put it on a
didn't just
project.
take
So
it
where
to
is-
But you
use.
don't have to have a project.
You don't
Well,
have
I
to have a
think-
project.
Well, then
No,
all
no,
of
no, no.
us would have traded all of our ARPA amount and got free
can't-
money on it.
I mean, I'm
That's
fixing to
not
do
what
some-
we've done in this court. That's what, we got the money for a reason.
You don't get to get county money back, like unless it's a specific voted on project already. Meaning, I'm going to do the same in a few minutes with mine, but I'm going to swap it out for an approved project by the court. So I'm not going to just take back, I'm not going to give away ARPA money and then take back county money that's not my
I want to
money.
do the projects that I want to do.
well,
Commissioner.
Then name them and we'll vote for
County
it.
money, so I have my discretion to use whatever project I want to use.
Not with countywide money, you don't. No, you don't. You don't get to use countywide money for projects that aren't approved.
No, it won't be countywide money.
It
will
is.
be-
You're taking
I'm
it back.
exchanging that money for the ARPA funds, but it'll be part of my special revenue funds.
No,
Once
it's
I-
not.
No,
These
it's
are
still-
COs and things that we've all voted on as a court. Like, if you switch it out for a project that this court's already approved, well, okay, great, then let's do it and
Or
be
you have a
transparent.
project in mind that you
But
want
we
to
can
do.
assign
We
it
just
to,
have
but
to
you
have
don't
the
get to keep
listed
county
project.
money just sitting in your coffers that's not allocated to your precinct. Like, it's the same deal. I'm fixing to do it down on an agenda item down the deal here. I've got $227,000 left of ARPA money. I'm gonna vote or make a motion to allocate my ARPA money towards an approved project by the court, and then reallocate that money as a switch to another approved project by the court. And that way I'm not getting money that's not precinct for money for something to just hold on to and do later. So all you have to do is put it towards a project that has been approved by the court, and it's all good. That's all you have to do. Otherwise, you don't just get to keep countywide money in your coffers for a new project that we haven't even voted on yet.
Well, no, but when it comes to time, we'll vote on it. I mean, it's not like we're going to just spend the money tomorrow or next week without coming to court.
But it doesn't get to be
When I have a
allocated to
project
you.
that I want to support, Commissioner, I'll bring it to court. You can vote it down if you want to, which you probably will, but you can vote it down, you can vote it
I voted
forward.
for all the rest
You
of your
can vote it
projects.
I know you have. You voted against most of them.
What have I voted
The
against?
last-
No, what have I voted against? Give me one of
don't-
your projects.
that's
No,
child-
you always make allegations that
No,
are
you
crap.
child-
You make up
childish.
stuff, and you think I'm
You
not going to
childish.
respond to
Very
it?
kid. You're
Give
like
me
a kid.
one example.
Anyway,
No, one example,
this is
Joe.
what I wanna
You
do.
can't
One at a
get, for the
time.
I wanna do it
records,
by
you
funds,
can't give me one
Judge.
example of a project I voted against for you.
Hold
Not
on.
one,
That's
not
my
one.
point.
Thank you for your guidance, Lord.
Speaking, you accused him of something, let him, come on, guys.
I didn't accuse him.
Yes, you
That's the truth.
You don't even know when you accuse people of stuff.
So, but anyway, this is what I want to do, and I checked with Grant Works. They don't have a problem with that because it's going back to county funds.
But when it comes
I'm gonna
back-
use some of it for the medical examiner, which will probably be over 100,000,
Then
But the
dedicate it
bal-
to
but
that
the-
today.
But the
That's-
balance, well, I can do that, I mean, I can.
It needs to be allocated.
But the
yes.
balance will not be allocated.
But Joe, then they're
know.
not, but then you're not your precinct funds anymore. That's what I'm trying to tell you. The better part for you to do this is, I'm actually trying to help you despite what you think.
No.
If you take, I get it, you don't ever get it, but if you take
Get
the
it, I
money
get
and
it,
you
I
put
get
it back, it's not your precinct project money anymore. It's then countywide funds. So in other words, if you just leave it out there, then
Well,
all
if
of
we
us can go try to
if
get it.
we exchanging those funds, Commissioner, it's the same thing as.
No,
we
it's
just exchanging
not. They're never
those
been
funds.
allocated to you.
So.
And I understand that you talked to Jessica, and that is a GrantWorks opinion and their ideas. But it is a commissioner's court policy that we all got the money, and we were supposed to dedicate it. We all have projects. None of the, I mean, had we known, I'd have just kept my 600,000 and put it in the county judges.
But the thing is, you didn't ask, and I'm asking you, see? You
But
didn't,
I don't think that's what this money.
I don't remember us saying, you gotta use it into, it made a motion, we gotta use it into a project.
The
I don't
whole
remember ever
reason for
doing that
ARPA
motion.
is you had to use it. We
Well,
had to
that's
have
what you're
these
thinking.
projects
That's what you're
moving
thinking.
forward.
But it's not what we never voted on that.
Well,
You know, so, but anyway, this is my five funds, I wanna exchange it, if I, of course, 100,000 will be placed on the medical examiner. It's one of my projects, so, maybe 125,000 will be put into the medical examiner. The other
so
balance.
you're taking 125,000 out of the 364 right now.
I would support that right
I
now.
would support that.
And then the rest will go into the septic system.
And you're going to put it in the Colonia septic
Right.
system, the balance then? Then that's
Which
a
is-
vote we can
Which
vote
ones
on.
are we talking about? Are we talking
The
about?
364,
364 that's
566.
right now it's still currently ARPA money,
Yes.
correct?
But you're saying though, where are you you got to exchange money? Like in other words, are you taking? You can't take money. You can't take money out of Hilltop without putting money back into Hilltop, or the project is underfunded and can't go forward, and you're going to kill Commissioner Hernandez's project.
He's putting the 364 ARPA money is what he's saying in there and taking Harvey money out like I did.
Harvey
on
out of
that.
what?
Now, if this is a. if
Out of
this-
Hilltop?
Yeah.
That's it. Then make
Yeah,
that. That's what I'm saying. You got
that's
to be
the motion.
specific on
Yes,
the motion. That's,
yes.
I just said it a while ago, we exchanged it with the Hilltop Fund from the disaster monies.
Right, but then you said you weren't going to allocate, and all I was saying was just put it towards an existing project and exchange money, and we all support that.
And I did say it was probably going to go to the medical examiner, fine.
Or is that your motion right now? 125 going to the medical examiner and the balance going to the Colonia's
Septic system, yeah.
septic system?
And there's money in
So
those
that
projects to exchange to go
Yes,
into Hilltop,
there is.
correct?
We've already checked on that, yes.
There's about 3.9 million Hurricane Harvey funds in the Hilltop project.
You're taking away money. You can't.
He's putting ARPA money in and
He's-
taking the Harvey money out.
If we're going to allocate
But
to
he
the
just said he's doing it for the
Colonias,
medical examiner's
We're gonna allocate
office.
You're
Right, part of that-
allocating to your two projects on the list, we don't need
We
to
don't need to
transfer
change
it out
it.
to
That's right.
Harvey.
We don't need
You
to
just
change it.
allocate
If-
your ARPA money
If,
to it.
if
Yes.
you're going
Just
to
to another
commit to
project.
the Colonias, then you're just going to take that portion of the 364
Yes.
and move it into the
Yes.
Colonias
Yeah. Right.
ARPA
And then
project. So you're
medical-
not actually moving
No.
But then you have-
everything
we're
out.
not
We're not going to exchange it after all.
Yes.
Right.
We put it into the medical, and put it into the Colonias.
Perfect.
Okay.
So you have
So it's
125,000
remaining in
going
ARPA.
to the medical examiners, $239,568.18 would be the balance going to the Colonias.
But where's the switch? What
There
goes?
You
is
don't
no
need a
switch
switch.
now
There's
because
no
he's going to
switch
keep
anymore.
them within the ARPA projects. So he's not actually reallocating to the Hurricane Harvey, is what I understood.
But he's taking out. But he's
He's
taking.
not doing
No,
that
he's
So he's
not.
not
He's
taking
not
out
He's
of.
just
any
going
of
to
that.
take the 364 that's now unallocated, and he's going to put part in the Colonias and part into the medical exam.
So he's taking nothing out of Hilltop.
Nothing
Right.
on Hilltop.
Okay.
Yes. He has a motion. I'll second that motion for you, sir.
So can you
Any other discussion? Yes.
can you just state the motion exactly, please? Because I don't know, but I don't know any way Kara's
I
got
move
this
the
down.
$364,568.18. We use, from those monies, $125,000 will be going to the medical examiner's project, and the balance will go to the Colonia septic system project.
And none of that's coming out of the Hilltop Community Center.
I didn't say nothing, but
I'm asking the question.
Well, I'm just saying, I'm giving the motion.
I get it, but it's on the agenda
Well,
as
he
Hilltop.
changed his mind.
So I'm just
Well,
reading the
I
agenda.
just read the motion.
Okay.
It's,
good.
we have a
Read the
motion
agenda item.
and a
Jesus,
second.
Jesus, oh my gosh,
Any
dramatic.
other discussion?
Drama king.
The motion has been clear. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? I second. Yes, yes. Moving on to item number 11, discuss and consider the individual and countywide projects for the interagency agreements. And I think they're listed in the back of your deals in order. If we go through these very quickly, we need to be specific in those two items. Those amounts will be dedicated. That will change the balance for those two projects. On the coastal parks, we have two projects listed for them. The purchasing the dump trailer, the cab pickups, and the reconstruction of the pier. And the Bob Hall Pier has already been contracted. It's not necessary. We left this on here just as a contingency to make sure that if anything, deadlines were met and anything happened. There's a lot of these on here. You may see your project that has already gone out for bid. If it is on here, it is just a safety net. It is not changing your project, taking away from your project any way, shape, or form. So I would ask for a motion to pass the contract for coastal parks. I think we have each of these divided up in the department that the contract will be done. We need these contracts done today. If you're a department head and you have to sign on this, we need you to stay or do your portion afterward once the contract gets printed.
Where are you
We
reading?
have
What number are you
some.
reading?
Huh?
What number are you on?
On item, I've got 11. And the MOUs for each of the departments, the MOUs, yes. So I'd make a motion to pass the coastal parks MOU as is with the total as is. There are no changes to that one. If I could get a second. Yes. Any further discussion? Do y'all have your totals here? Do you have these papers? Did you have these? Yes.
Which is the next one?
Huh? It's this one. The coastal parks is first. It's this one. These two projects, it's a contract with coastal parks. There's nothing changed about those. Those are two. They haven't purchased the equipment totally yet, and the rest is just a safety net for the Bob Hall Pier.
They haven't put the equipment, they're going to allocate everything to the equipment anyway? I guess an MOU is what you're saying?
That's why it's in the MOU, yes. Anything left over after they purchase equipment or anything like that will be put on the total that is left. Sorry.
No, just give me 1 second, Judge.
It'd be too
Yes.
late, right?
Huh?
You won't be too late once you do that?
No, the only thing you can do after these MOUs are done, if it's allocated and there's money left over, it has to go towards an already contracted or approved project. If we have a lot of projects that have alternates 1s, alternates 2, 3, 4, whatever. This money, if it's left over, or if the project fails in any way, shape, or form, any of that can go to an already approved on either already bid out or on this list MOU.
Okay.
Yes.
Got it. Got it.
We have a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion about coastal parks
Well,
contract?
yeah, there is. That's part of
Yes.
what I'm going to add mine to. So do you want to pass
Oh,
this
okay.
and then let me do mine after? That's what I was trying to.
No, we probably need to do yours first so we get the totals because they're trying to work on the contracts. Yes.
Okay. So,
What number is your item on the agenda?
what, no, mine's under the general.
Oh, it's just,
This
so
is-
it's right now's the perfect time.
Right,
Yes,
it is.
okay.
Yeah, I just didn't have, so, no, well, I mean, I
We
have
have a
to.
motion and a second, so we're discussing.
For coastal parks?
Yes, yes. He
Yes.
wants to add some to the coastal parks, so that's going to change the total.
Right, so I'm trying to figure out the best and cleanest way to do this. I have $227,646.79 of ARPA money. What I want to do is add all of that but $40,000, sorry, to the, I'm doing my math here real quick, I apologize, give me a second. Oh my gosh. Gosh, I can't.
187, 664.
Yeah, so that all, $40,000 would go towards the equipment part of this, because I think Scott and I talked yesterday, and he's a little short. So 40,000 would go towards the equipment of coastal parks. 187,646 would go to Bob Hall Pier Project, and I would exchange $100,000 of Harvey settlement and allocate that to the Veterans Memorial
Do
Project.
the allocation first, and then we'll
Port
vote
A.
on your exchange, okay? Can we do that first to make it cleaner for
Whatever you'd like.
Kara? Yes.
I mean, I think,
For the public.
Huh?
For the public.
right. So of my $227,646.79, of my ARPA money, remaining precinct ARPA money 4, I would make a motion to allocate $40,000 of that to the Coastal Parks Equipment
How much is that?
MOU, 40,000, to the Coastal Parks Equipment MOU that is in front of us. That would be my motion on that.
And the Bob Hall Pier, we can do both of those, so transfer that.
Well, I'm
amount.
trying to do one at a time, so you said one at a time, so I did.
Oh, I meant transfer your ARPA money. We're changing it out as a separate motion, if you want to put your ARPA money in there.
Okay, and 187,646, well, that would be actually one motion together, Judge.
Yes,
I'm gonna
that's what
keep
I
it-
said.
I'm gonna,
Yes.
actually, I'm gonna keep that separate. I'd
Okay.
like to make the motion as $40,000 of equipment to the MOU, Coastal Parks Equipment MOU. That's my motion.
Your motion with his, because you already made the motion as is.
Yes.
Or maybe just withdraw the motion.
I'll withdraw mine and let him make the motion.
Okay,
I'll
that way
second
that's
his
clear.
motion, yes.
Agreed.
I was like,
Can I make a
okay.
comment?
Be better that way.
Yes,
Can I make a
ma'am.
comment? The 227,646.79 is already in an MOU
I didn't-
with Public Works, and that we can use that, do that change later on.
I didn't put it in an MOU.
Who put that in the MOU? What is it with Public Works? What's the job?
The London drainage retention?
No, this is my leftover that I was told at the last meeting that I had.
What she's saying is the total remaining for the retention drainage is already on the MOU for Public Works. You're removing that.
Okay, so I asked this at the last meeting, guys, and I said, I don't think I have any unallocated money. And y'all said, oh, yes, you do. You have $227,646. Well, so do I have it or do I not have it? Juan, do I need this for the London? I don't think I need any more for
It's
London
what you have
drainage.
left on
That's
that.
why we put it
Yes,
in
yes.
an MOU. Any remaining funds
Well,
at
no,
that
but-
Changed later.
Right, but I didn't, no offense, but I didn't tell you to put an MOU. Today's the MOU meeting. Nobody said to put an MOU.
Well, Grand Works was meeting with all the
Okay.
commissioners, so that's where.
It's not an MOU. They can't put it in an MOU. The court hadn't voted on it. So nobody's put an MOU. Are you telling me that's what's left over in the London drainage?
You need to go to the microphone. Sorry, Juan.
Okay, so.
That's correct, Commissioner.
And we believe we have plenty in the London that I need to move this out
That's-
somewhere
yes, sir.
else, correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay, so I'm going to make the motion again, which is to move $40,000 of the remaining $227,646 from London drainage, to be clear, if that's where it's sitting, to the Coastal Parks Equipment MOU.
For moving from the Public Works MOU and.
No,
putting-
it's not an MOU. It's in the London drainage project currently.
We have to remove it from the MOU
Yes.
because it's in the MOU for London. That balance is in the MOU project. We're just going to back it
okay.
out. I'm just saying.
No, y'all put it in.
I know,
You can't
Commissioner.
put it in
So
without a
we're-
vote.
we need
So
to
the-
back it out, though.
Commissioner, what he's doing.
I know what they're doing, but the proper motion is, it's never been voted to be put into an MOU. So you can't, I'm not going to make a motion to take it out of an MOU that we've never
Dedicated
voted
to
on.
the project, and the project came in under bid is why we have this money left. Is that what I'm understanding?
That's right. So
So it's already in the project. You have to take it out of the project
what I
and
just-
put it,
right,
yes.
right.
Yeah.
So I'm taking it out of the London drainage project and putting it into the Coastal Parks Equipment MOU.
Okay.
That's
We
the
have that motion, and I will second that motion.
Just to make it clear, all our projects right now, according to this, are under the MOU. Until
they're
we
not.
decide
It's
what
for us to discuss,
Right,
yes.
to decide
yes.
what we're going to do with it.
Well, now,
Right.
right.
Yes.
Right now, the balances are either in
They're all
MOUs to
MOUs.
keep it
But
going.
they're
to
not
have
an
them-
MOU until we vote
Yeah,
on it.
until we
Yes.
decide what we want to do with it.
Right.
Okay.
So my motion, I think I've made, is to move it from London drainage into, because that is a fully funded project,
Yes.
Just making sure for the record, that's a fully funded project. This is excess funds that came in because the bid came in under. So therefore, moving that to 40,000 to the Coastal Parks Equipment MOU. That's my motion, and I think Judge Scott seconded it. Okay.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Abstain.
Abstain? There's one abstain. 4 ayes and 1 abstain. Commissioner Hernandez.
And then the next motion, Judge, is to take the $187,646 left of ARPA, putting that in the Bob Hall Pier project and removing $100,000 from the Harvey settlement funds that have been allocated to the Bob Hall Pier project and moving that to the Veterans Memorial Project in Port Aransas for construction only.
What?
Okay.
Right, sure. Yep. Absolutely.
And did we have a project with them already, the Veterans Memorial, or is this a new project
yes,
you're
no,
wanting to
no,
go
ma'am. It's
forward?
already been voted on and allocated by the court.
Perfect. Okay.
So look at that 187,646, that's going into the Bob Hall Pier?
Yes.
Sure. And then 100,000 of the Harvey settlement that's been allocated to Bob
But
Hall
really,
Pier.
you're only putting 87 in there because you're taking 100,000 out, so,
Okay. It's
yes.
a net new, yeah,
But
it's that,
it's
it's
a
that's
net
switching the
difference
funds.
of 87,646.79.
That's
Okay, now,
correct.
Just to clarify this, Commissioner, would you say 87, is that the Bob Hall Pier or the restaurant? I know it was a question asked last time, and you said either or, but it's not either or, it's got to be designated, right?
This is all listed as one project on here, on the
Yeah, I'm
MOU.
doing
It's
it the way
all-
GrantWorks has set it up and the way it's
Yeah.
been allocated, so I'm just allocating it the
GrantWorks
way
said
I've
it
been
had to all
told to
be
do
one
it.
project, the same.
So it's all one,
It's all the
One
same.
project?
Bob Hall Pier is not
That's-
separated or anything.
That's
It's
what,
all-
yeah,
I didn't understand that, but.
that's what I was,
That's what they said. We didn't either.
I'm doing it the way I was told.
Okay.
So we have a motion and a second. Did I second that? I think so. I will second it. So, any other discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Abstain.
And 4 ayes, 1 abstain. So the difference of your calculations, whoever is doing this for our contracts, the only amount staying in the MOU is the 87,000 and the 40 on this one, because we're taking 100 away. FYI, everybody on the same page? Thank you.
87,646.
So we sign the right contracts.
87,646, right?
Yes, 87,646.79.
79.
Yes. Okay, let's go to the HR MOU. Yeah, we're doing each one individually.
So that was approving the coastal
Oh, this
park.
is the projects already approving, so we need to approve the MOU totally. Sorry, thank you. I'll make the motion to approve the Coastal Parks MOU and contract as changed, as amended. Yes. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passed. Abstain. 4 ayes, 1 abstain. Yes. Now moving on to human resources. There are 4 projects under that contract. We have vector control. I guess it is just because it's salaries. The legal secretary has salaries, and precincts 3, you have veteran services, $54,000. The mobile health driver has $103,507. You're funding those. Are there any changes to anything on the MOU for the HR contract?
I don't have HR.
Here it is, here, Commissioner, if you want. Those 2 pages, there's 4 projects total.
I don't have that.
You don't have that?
I don't think.
It was attached to your agendas.
It's the
It's
second
listed.
contract.
Oh, it's in the very back of all of the contracts. There was a lot of paperwork before that.
Check.
Any changes, questions, comments? I'd make the motion to pass.
Second.
Any other discussion? These are projects that have already been approved, that it's just money allocated to that department. HR is just employees. The people have to be in that position before December 2024, sorry. They have to be in the position. It can change out if you have a position leave, you can open it up for something, but the position, someone has to be seated in that position before the end of the year. We have a motion and a second then.
I'm sorry, go ahead and do a discussion.
Go ahead.
I'll go with discussion. Go ahead and get the motion and I'll get.
We already did the motion and a second. You can.
I just want, so these projects here are being funded not by HR, right, by somebody else?
By you. I think your
Yeah.
number is on there. It's
Right.
the mobile driver that you
Yeah.
funded the money with your ARPA money
Okay.
for that. Yes.
And then precinct 3, okay.
Yes.
All right, got it.
Yes. All those in favor then, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. Moving on to IT, they only have one project. The courtroom video conferencing, it's $200,000. They are not through with that, so I would make the motion to pass this. We allocated the money for our update on the video courtroom stuff. IT is working on that as we speak. Do I have a second? We have a second for discussion. Any questions? IT is $200,000 with a countywide obligated $200,000 to upgrade our courtroom video stuff. It has not been completed, so it has to go in the MOU.
Didn't we do something like that last year, Judge? Upgrades?
I think there were some upgrades years ago before I got here, but this is the money that we allocated to them for our upgrades. They just haven't been done yet.
Okay.
I think they're working on it. They've had people here doing all kinds of things. Yeah. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes, but Commissioner Chesney is out of the room now. And moving on to the medical examiner, which that amount will increase because Commissioner just allocated some money to the medical examiner. I had that total here.
125.
125,000, so increase the 705,941, 125,000. Thank you, Commissioner.
Judge, that one is for the renovations? Because the MOU is only the equipment.
Yeah, but the total, I meant, we have to add the whatever.
The
his
renovation.
125 to. So the total amount of the contract is what I was stating, I'm sorry, needs to increase 125,000 because the contract right now only has the 705.
But it's going to be under the Public Works MOU, because that's where the renovations are.
It's already in there, in Public Works?
The ME is for the office, the equipment. I mean,
Office
for
equipment for the medical examiner's
The body
office?
scanner, that's what the medical examiner's.
Building?
I say, so we're not increasing this one, we're going to increase it. That's what, when we change these up, and depends on who has the project, is where it goes instead of just to the medical examiner. It woke us up. That's good.
Come on, Connie.
So this one doesn't change. It's only 705,941. This one can move forward as is. I will retract my motion and make the motion to pass the medical examiner contract as is.
For equipment.
A second.
This is for autopsy equipment furnishings. So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 So do we have to make another motion?
It'll be on the Public Works one because they have the construction
125,
project.
the 125.
Yeah, the 125 will
Okay.
change on that one, so thank you. Passed unanimously, I'm sorry. And then we have the,
Judge,
yes.
can you confirm that that includes that amount that you just said for the medical examiner includes the 125?
No, it doesn't,
Oh,
because
okay.
it's going to go on the Public Works MOU. Because they're doing the building stuff,
Okay,
so
I got you.
it's total
Thank you.
separate. I put it with MOU, with the medical examiner as well. Next, we have the sheriff's MOU, and it includes the courthouse security for $200,000, law enforcement, the vehicles and equipment that the court voted on all of these things, $750,465 for their computers and the installation, and then the jail roof coating for $600,000, which brings his total to $1,550,465.
I'm sorry, can we go back to the medical exam? The medical examiner building is not in any of these MOUs.
So it needs to go with this one then, the medical examiner, as a
But we need
separate
to
line
create
item. A separate line item,
of
but
the
just increase
description.
it.
Because, is it short, or we're? Yes.
You have to talk in the microphone. Thank you.
No, I just want to make sure that the medical examiner equipment, the x-ray and et cetera, is in the medical examiner's MOU, right?
Yeah, that is, but we're talking about the building itself, the construction of the building.
Yeah, that'll go to under public works.
So your 125 is going to go towards the construction. We're short on the construction?
The outside of the construction, we're going to add a fence and something else.
Okay.
Electric gates and.
All right, so we were right with this. It's good. We're going to bring it up at Public Works, their MOU.
So we.
It's going to be an ad.
It's going to be
It's
an
going
ad.
to be an ad on the Public Works, yes.
Like an additive.
Yes. So going back, now we're on the sheriff's contract and MOU. We listed those out. These have all been voted on and approved in court. They just are not ready to move forward or were not finalized yet. This is a safety net for us. I would make the motion to pass the sheriff's contract.
Judge, the law enforcement for the sheriff is 760,465.
Oh, it was misprint, 750.
It should be 760,465.
So then the total on that should be $1,560,465. Yes.
There was not a typo. It was a discussion that was done with Commissioner Motta's meeting in Grant Works, but we need to change. He moved 10,000 from that, but we already updated the MOU with the 760.
Okay, well, so we have to have a motion to allow him to put the 10,000 in there. Were we short 10,000? Why 10,000?
Commissioner Mattis, you moved 10,000 from the law enforcement in the meeting that we had, and you moved it to the cotton partnership for burn pits.
For the burn pits roof improvement, it's a City of Robstown.
So you're taking it away from the law enforcement. That wouldn't
He did,
increase
so
it to
that's-
60, so.
Well, he moved the 10,
That's
that's
why
why.
it's 750 instead of 760, so there's only
But he-
750.
But it needs to be 760, but he can move it from somewhere else, that's what I'm saying.
The excess is in the Robstown Recreational Building, not the law enforcement project.
Yeah, that's where it was.
This is getting a little bit confusing, so let's back up. Do we need 10,000 on the law enforcement vehicles? Are you transferring 10,000 from your excess into the law enforcement vehicles, or where are we getting the 10,000? No.
Judge, the 10,000 is already there. He was removing it because he thought he was moving it for the burn pits, which is a part of the cotton project. But the excess is coming from somewhere else, so the 10,000 needs to remain for the law enforcement.
So he's
They've
not
already
taking
updated
it out.
They've already updated the MOU to 760, so the correct number is 760,465.
Do we have the correct amount allocated to make it 760 is what I'm saying. If he took 10,000 away, it sounds like we're short, not making it. Yeah.
We're not short, is what you're saying.
That's
We're
correct.
good.
We're good.
Because we
So
want to
this
fully
one
fund law
should
enforcement.
move-
Got it.
I'm not taking money away from law enforcement,
Thank
Sheriff.
you, thank you.
I know he perked up when that came up. That's not what happened.
So, we have a motion to pass the contract with the MOU with law enforcement. Did you second that already, Commissioner? I can't remember.
Second.
Yes, been seconded. All those in favor with no changes to the law enforcement contract, they are fully funded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Commissioner Hernandez is out at this time. Now we're going to the really long ones. So, Edward, I suggest you go to the microphone because you're probably going to be needed. Inland Parks MOU. We have the Petronilla Estates drainage, the 21,000 additional funds. Yours, that yes, you just did the Petronilla Estates drainage 2 for 121,960.30, and that's already done. The Belk Lane drainage for 872 is the amount remaining that needs.
926.90.
Yes. Colonia Septic System Improvements, it has 8,750, but I believe we just added that to it.
239,000.
It should be what?
Plus 239,568.
239,568.79.
Commissioner, I think the total is right at 8750. I think that includes that total.
Not the 239,000 we just transferred a few minutes
not that.
ago. Yes, no.
I thought about that.
We need to add that amount to that one portion on there, if someone is doing that. We just voted previously to do that, make that change. And the Calderon Center renovation, 60,000, that hasn't changed. Okay. The Hazel Baysmar Callan Park drainage is countywide $229,999.29. None of that changed. Oscar Ortiz Park improvements. Commissioner Modas, this is yours, $1,450,000. Hazel Baysmar Park improvements, precinct 1 is not here. The 716, it's in the MOU to keep these projects going. I know a lot of people think they have been canceled. They're in the MOU to continue to move forward with whatever the next commissioner wishes to do. The sensory playground.
Go back to Colonia system. I think the total for that, Teresa, if I'm correct, is 248,318.18.
248.
248,318.18.
Thank you. Yes. Okay. Thank you. The sensory playground, 880,000. The County Road 44 bridge replacement, $469,809. That's yours also, Commissioner Mata, is that correct? Anything change? Robstown Recreation Center, $559,228. The Casablanca Improvements Drainage in District 2. Oh, sorry, I thought you said. District 2, Precinct 3, $250,000. That is yours as well, Commissioner Modas. Cotton Community Partnership, $108,000. That is yours, Commissioner. And the Old Belt Park improvements, there's $7,000 left in that. Leave it in the MOU, and that is my project, the county judges. So if there are no changes, no further discussion, then I'll accept a motion to pass the contracted MOU with Inland Parks. Or I'll make it. Thank you.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Can I add one thing, Judge?
Yes.
That most of these projects have already been bid out, and we're just negotiating the costs. And
That's
thanks
why
to
we
y'all,
have
that's
the MOUs, just a safety net for a lot of these. That's what I said in the beginning. Thank you. Juan, Public Works. This is your MOUs and your contracts that you will be signing today. The Hilltop Community Center has $195,972.92. Is that correct? That's in the MOU. The Driscoll Community Center is going to change because you just took the 286 away, 087.
Right.
Do we have a total? So minus the 286,087 that Commissioner Gonzalez just took away. The Stone Gate Drainage improvements, the $498,397, that's in yours. The medical examiner renovations, this is the one you were talking about, Commissioner, that you want to add the 125 to?
Right.
Yes, to this 348,409.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that correct, Anna? Everybody paying attention?
Right.
Okay.
No.
The medical examiner renovations additives. Did that already go out on one of the additives on the bids, or is this a brand-new project?
It's going to be probably brand new, Judge.
Then we need to probably put the wording in there for the additive. This probably needs to be a separate line item in there because we can only transfer afterwards or any of this on the project.
The fencing is part of the additive, right?
I think it'll be part of the additive, Commissioner, that we have in there, and then whatever else we.
Oh, okay. Well,
Yes,
if it's
ma'am.
on the, if it was, went out in the
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
scope of work, sorry, I was trying to think of the word. If it went out, then it's fine. Then the London Drainage Retention Pond, this is where you took your 227, so we need to remove this from the MOU. Commissioner Chesney?
Yes.
So X this out. It doesn't have any funds left in it. That job is fully funded, going out, and it is moving forward. It needs no additional funding or anything, yes.
And Judge, in fact, just to be clear for the record, we increased the capacity and the scope of this project and still came in underfunded. So this was
Perfect.
a very unique and rare project, and it's going to have a great impact in London. So we're very pleased at how this one came in. Thank you.
So we'll remove that 227, if you are, all of you that are writing notes on here for the contracts. County Road 47, Rabbit Run Bridge widening, it has $318,123. That will continue and stay in the MOU?
That's correct.
Yes.
That's correct, Judge.
Thank you. And then the courthouse and jail sewer improvements, we have $3,993,861.62. I know this has gone out. We had some questions, and I think we're readdressing some things in the additives possibly, and I want to make this clear in court too. We know this is going to be a huge project. We're fearful once we start on this that it's going to be a lot bigger than what we even anticipated. We know there's not enough funds to do it, but there are a lot of additives that we will come back and add quite a bit until our money runs out. But this is, yes.
That's correct.
Yes, okay. So that is all of the Public Works MOU. Do we have a motion to pass this contract? We have a motion from Commissioner Chesney. I'll second the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously then. All of these contracts, if you are a department head that needs to sign one of these contracts, if you could be available this afternoon whenever, if yours is ready, they probably have your contract in the office. If it was no changes to it, you can sign immediately. If it has any changes, we need to wait till the corrections and changes are made. Moving on then to item 12. Discuss and consider authorizing the execution of an interlocal agreement with the Regional Transportation Authority, RTA. This is the money that we get for the street improvement program funding. This year's amount, we have been told, is $111,108.
So moved, Judge.
We have a motion and a second. I will second it. Sorry. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Item number 13, discuss and consider adopting an order banning certain fireworks, certain underlined. I know, I guess Kathy is here, but Dee is, oh, yes, sorry. During the period of December the 20th through midnight, January the 1st, in accordance with the Texas Local Government Code 352.051. Because of the extreme drought conditions. Would you like to comment on these for us? Thank you. I know Chief Clack couldn't be here. And
Yes, ma'am. Chief Clack could not be here. I'm Stephanie Simmons with Annabelle Fire Department. I'm an assistant chief. We are still in drought conditions. As looking this morning, the Keach Index is still at 607, which is 107 above the maximum of 500. So the aerial ban on fireworks would be greatly appreciated by all the fire departments in the county this year.
Yes. And can you explain a little bit? I know these are certain. You can still have your sparklers and little things on the ground or something. This is bottle rockets and.
Yes, ma'am, that is correct. It's any aerial fireworks that have fins on them.
Yes.
So your bottle rockets, gosh, I don't even know which
I know, I
fireworks
would
they
be
are
there if it
nowadays.
has, but that was a good point there,
Yes,
that
ma'am.
has fins on them, the aerial that, which,
Anything goes in the air.
anything, yeah.
Anything in the air.
Yes,
Yes, all ground fireworks are still okay.
yes. I'll make the motion to pass.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Appreciate it. Moving on to item 14, discuss and consider taking action in approving the grant-funded contract between the Nueces County Family Drug Treatment Court at the County Court at Law 5 for mental health services related to child welfare. This is the third year, no cash match. Thank you. Commissioner Gonzalez made the motion. Do I have a second? I'll second. Oh, Commissioner Hernandez seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. And item number 16, discuss and consider the approval of the proposed 2025 Commissioners Court schedule and related matters. I know this was in here. This is for next year. Teresa has worked very hard. She
Skip 15, right?
Say again?
You get skip 15?
It's tabled. It was
It's tabled. It got tabled earlier.
Oh, it did?
Yes.
I remember table there. How did I vote on that one?
You voted no.
No?
Yeah, you did. Yes. The Commissioners Court schedule, I would,
That's really bad, Judge.
Schedule.
And I told you yesterday, that was really bad to allow Commissioner Hernandez not do his work.
we have,
Because, you know, he's still the commissioner until December 31st. He's been elected by the people to do a job, to take care of his precinct. And really, he should do his job until December 31st. And that we're talking about here, $7,000 is not a lot of money. So he should be, if he's got that money, he should be allowed to use that money.
we voted already to table and there is no
saying that this court has
discussion.
blocked
We
Commissioner
are on-
Hernandez by doing a lot of his work and doing government work.
Okay. Item number
Thank you,
16, we're
Commissioner
on.
Gonzalez. Thank you for those words, sir. I agree, totally agree with you. Everything has changed since
We
we had
cited
change of the guards here.
Same
The
thing we've always
government
done.
code 130908
Always done
that
it. We did it when Barbara was going out.
specifically
You did it.
states
You
in
voted to block
here.
it.
And Sam Pat has done it too. But I would like to talk about the calendar that we are on, item number 16th. May 7th is the first day of the hurricane conference, which all of us normally attend or try to attend. So I would like to either change the May 7th date or have one meeting in May, whatever you all decide to do.
Wait, hold on. Let me get to May. So May. So you want to do it, the 14th instead of the 7th?
We have a meeting on the 21st as well, so we can do back-to-back meetings, or we can have one meeting in May, whichever you all prefer.
I would just make a motion, we change it to May 7th to May 14th, unless
Okay.
anybody has a problem with that.
No?
I mean,
I'll second that motion. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
that amendment, right?
Yes,
Okay,
with the
yes.
14th changed, yes. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. 17 seems like a duplicate, but I know we have to approve our court calendar for schedule, so we will skip over that. I think there is no item necessary since we changed the May 7th. Item B1, discuss and consider authorizing and approving the execution of a countywide ARPA-funded agreement with Mobile Communications America under the Texas Department of Information Resources Cooperative Contract for the purchase and installation of access control system and video surveillance system in the amount of $186,470.33 and related matters. You want to talk about this, Michael? Sorry.
Okay, this item has been reviewed by County Attorney for legal sufficiency. The Sheriff's Office recommends approval.
This is just the contract, but yes.
It's a contract for courthouse security equipment.
Yes.
Funded under ARPA project number 213-43602
You already have this contract?
in the
before?
amount of
Michael,
$182,814.05.
you already have this contract before, or is this new, something new?
No, this is
It went out.
this is new.
Yeah.
So
Sorry, go ahead.
I make the motion to pass.
This is for access control system and video surveillance system.
Didn't we just do that, Mike, last year?
Yeah, this is additions
This is-
to the program.
And it
It's
is
additional
funded
surveillance.
through ARPA already allocated money to the law enforcement. So,
Correct.
yes. So we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. Thank you very much. Unanimously, I assume. And you might as well stay because we're on your items, purchasing. Item C1, discuss and consider authorizing and approving a countywide ARPA-funded cooperative contract purchase with Turnkey Mobile under the Panasonic Corporation for the purchase and installation of law enforcement vehicles, those upgrades with the computers and everything that goes on. So this has already been voted on, approved, money allocated, so I'll make the motion to pass.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, and thank you on behalf of law enforcement for allowing them to have proper computer equipment that's going to be up to date for all their vehicles.
No problema.
Public Works, item D1, discuss and consider authorizing and approving execution of Precinct 4 ARPA-funded contractor agreement with Grace Paving for the construction of the County Road 47 Bridge widening project. I think it's listed on the MOU as well, just as a safety net, but this has gone out for bids, so it's your item, Commissioner Chesney. Do you want to make the motion? It's Precinct 4, your bridge widening.
Yes, ma'am.
contract.
Motion to approve and execute as
have a
funded by the Precinct 4.
motion. And a second from Commissioner Gonzalez, I believe. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously then. Item D2, discuss and consider additional allocation for the courthouse roof improvement project for the drain pipes in the amount of $57,116.53, funding from the building budget, Public Works budget, and authorize request to utilize ARPA allowances that are already included in the contract that went out and the construction contract for the solar panels in the amount of $122,202.77. The total amount is $179,319.30. The ARPA allowance, the allowance that was in the contract was for a total of $150. We're not changing that. This is just allocating to a specific portion in the contract that's gone out.
That's correct, Judge.
Okay. I make the motion to pass.
Second.
We have a motion and a second for these changes. Do you need any other information, Kara, or you have all that? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Item number 3, discuss and consider approving the award and execution of agreements with the following vendors for motor oil and lubricants. And this is a standard item you're purchasing that your office does every year for supplies and stuff. I make
Yes,
the
ma'am.
motion to pass.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Commissioner Gonzalez. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you. Item E1, approved budget amendment number 16 for fiscal year 2023-24. And Lisa, this is yours.
Thank you, Judge. Commissioners, I respectfully submit budget change order, or budget amendment, number 16 for the fiscal year that ended 9/30/2024. It's just some cleanup entries that are necessary. We're probably going to have a couple more of these before the end of the year.
This is for the end of last fiscal
Yes,
year,
this is cleaning up
2024.
last fiscal year.
Yes. Make the motion to approve.
Second.
I want to ask,
Yes.
are we still having an audit done that includes auditors?
We have an external auditor that comes and audits
No, no,
us
no.
every year.
No, I thought the county itself was having an audit. The way things have been done lately in the audit department, I can't, in my right mind, agree to any of these.
This is a budget change order for the juvenile department
I understand that.
to correct their budget to actual, to reallocate the budget where it is. I am, other than the external audit of Patillo, Brown and Hill, which has nothing to do with the budget change order, I am unaware of any audit of the auditor's office.
All right, I thought that's what we were doing here in the county. Sheriff's Department was conducting an audit of.
If the sheriff is involved, it is an investigation of some kind, but we can't talk
And
about
also,
that.
well, okay, but that's why I'm saying, that's why I can't really in good conscience agree to any of this. And I thought, I ran into Dale outside one day, and he said he was over there at the juvenile trying to get the book straight.
That's correct. He has contracted with juvenile. He is over there helping them while they're
For that reason,
Staff member.
for that reason, I disagree on this, okay?
Okay, you can vote against. We have a motion and a second to approve this budget amendment.
So I have a legal question on this, so I don't know if we answer it here, or do we take it into
Oh,
executive
if you have a
session?
legal question, I would ask you to
question.
take it into executive, Commissioner.
Thank you.
about this budget change order.
Well, I think the commissioner brought up a legal question, in my opinion, that I need.
What's the legal, what would be the legal?
If I say it out loud publicly?
But you can ask.
Can we take we'll take a 3-minute recess. Would you like to step outside with the county
Sure.
attorney and ask if it is a
Because I don't know
legal
what you're going to
question?
ask ahead of time if I,
Yeah.
if,
If you don't mind, would you step outside and talk to him so we can see if we need to move forward? I know we have to make change orders, close out the year.
if the meeting's going to continue, can I have someone from my office come to take my seat?
Let's
we
take
don't
a
need to re-
recess. We'll take a recess,
sure?
5-minute recess.
I
Everybody
can just
needs
break
a
away
break.
and get it probably answered in 30 seconds or less. We can wait till
We can take a
someone
recess.
comes.
I'd like to
You
go
want
to
to?
the
Okay,
ladies' room,
all right,
so,
okay.
yes, okay. 5-minute recess, 5 minutes only. Back We said we were taking a 5-minute recess. It's been a little bit longer. I know Commissioner Gonzalez is busy. He will join us in just a minute, but it's 11:35 and we're back from recess. On item E1, I would like to withdraw my motion to pass. I'm not sure, did we have a second on that, or nobody seconded it? Commissioner Chesney, yes. And Commissioner Motez, you have a motion to table E1?
Yes, Judge. Motion to table item E1 to the next meeting.
To January, yes.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Item number E2, approve budget amendment number 01 for fiscal year 24-25. Is there anything that you wish to speak about?
Budget amendment number 1 is being submitted for your approval. They are typical reallocations to reallocate funding as necessary. The larger one is to cover the increase for the appraisal task district's allocation, and then there's also an additional for the jail to cover anticipated expenses.
And what's the extra for the appraisal district?
An increase in allocation.
Their
Their
amount increase.
allocation that they allotted was an additional, the total allocation was $79,580 more than we budgeted. The actual combined total, I don't have that number.
This is what their board voted on, and we have no choice in that. They send us a bill and we have to pay it.
Well, we kind of have a choice.
We possibly.
Yeah, there was some law that we found on that.
Everybody, all the entities had to unite and
Right.
complain about it.
And maybe
but
that's
yes.
time, because
Yes.
we're not getting our money's worth from there.
And then for the jail, the $95,000 was to cover the SecOps security for the jail door.
Okay, so,
I respectfully submit.
yeah, I'm not voting for the increase on the, I'm great with the jail stuff, anything sheriff needs, but I'm tired of just supporting all these things without any recourse from the appraisal district, and they keep, sending us bills after we budgeted, and then we have to go pay for more, and I don't think no offense, I mean, it's a great new board, I think it's wonderful, I think it's more accountable to the public now, but I don't think the appraisal district staff is doing what they need to do in upper management, and I'm not going to just sit here and keep voting for things because they say, and we say we don't have a choice. I think we have to have a choice. That's a ridiculous.
What is the
position.
deadline for that option?
I can vote
that we
for it. I'm
have?
just not going to. I'm just
And if
done with
the
no
other
accountability.
entities have already passed theirs, then we lose the right, because it has to be several of the entities that argue it. So can we bring this back in January as well?
Just the line for
Just the line
1285?
for the appraisal
Yeah,
district.
just the appraisal district.
Approve all of the budget change orders excluding the line for the appraisal district, bring that back at the January meeting.
I'd like to, I'll make a motion to table that portion of the amendment with a request for legal advisory and put that on executive session in January.
The invoice is also on the agenda. Excuse me. The quarterly invoice is also due at
Just
the
the
end of
increase.
December.
Just the increase is all I'm contesting at this point.
Oh, but we're still going to make the payment. The payment is
Sure.
due.
Oh, yeah, what we've budgeted and approved, well, we've already budgeted and approved, yeah. Just the,
Okay,
I'm
just
just
not
the
the
increase is
increase.
all, no,
Okay.
the budget change order is just the increase. So, yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
So we have that motion. Do we need separate motions for all of that? Or-
I think I made a motion to table the,
There's also an increase in 0120 for the same increase.
right.
Tabling everything for
I'm
the
making a motion to
appraisal
table
district.
anything that relates to the appraisal district increases until the next meeting. Just that portion.
You have your motion to approve.
Excluding anything according.
A second, she didn't have a second.
So now
Well,
he's
no, she didn't have a
changing
second,
it.
so I make a new motion that didn't have a second.
That's fine. I'll withdraw my motion and he can do his motion.
Didn't have a second,
Yes.
so it dies.
So we're going to approve the part that concerns the sheriff's department?
Everything except for the appraisal district increase.
My motion was just a motion to table that portion, and then we'll have to vote on that.
I'll second the table. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion's tabled for the appraisal district. Now you can make your motion.
No, go ahead.
Make the motion to pass all of the remaining items in the budget change order.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. Thank you. Was that a little bit clearer? Good point. Item number 3, approve the project budget amendment number 007.
I respectfully submit project budget amendment number 7 for your approval. We are using unallocated 2019 tax note funds for the Metrocom radio system upgrade for a total of $132,202.21.
And is that the complete project? Is that the project?
Teresa?
No, sir, Commissioner. This is an agreement with the city, and they just bill, the county share is $608,000 in total, and after this payment, we have a remaining balance of $347 to allocate.
But this is budgeted, and we just
Yes.
pay in installments?
It was actually budgeted, but those funds were reallocated to the sheriff's office when they needed to buy their the radios. It was unallocated, so we still have to put the funds back because the agreement was already in place. We just we used the funds.
And we voted on this in court to take the money from this to go to the sheriff's computers. Is that the car's computers?
You mean, where's this
It
one?
was the
What was
radios.
it? It was the radios.
It was another
Oh,
radios
the increase on the
item.
radios, yes.
Yeah,
And this is coming from the 2016,
The 2019 tax
2019.
notes.
That we have in an,
And it's the unallocated, yes.
Yes.
That is currently in the balance of the 2019 tax notes.
okay.
I don't know if someone made a motion, but I'll second.
No,
it.
we haven't yet.
I'll make a
but,
motion
yeah, then I'll
to
second your
approve.
motion. Yes, to approve, yes. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. Item number 4, discuss and consider authorizing and approving the execution of an agreement with Strata Professional Services as amendment number 3 to adopting statement of work number 1 for the Workday Advisory Payroll Services in the amount of $42,000 in related matters. Is this out of the auditor's budget?
This is out of the auditor's budget. The recommendation is to approve a one-year agreement with Strata Professional Services for the services agreements provided by Workday Advisory Payroll Services in the amount of $42,000, which includes additional payroll training of $15,000.
I'll make the motion to pass.
I have a question.
Yes.
Do I have a second?
Who is
We
Strata?
have a second, Commissioner. Yes, go ahead.
Strata, Alight was purchased by Strata. Strata is the new name of the company that did our implementation Alight. There was a contract amendment that had previously come to Commissioners Court notifying court of that contractual change.
Just the name change, yes.
It just seems to me that this program hasn't been everything it was sold to us that it could do and what it would do. So I have a problem with that.
I believe it's highly needed for our payroll department, the additional training as well.
I'm sure it's needed, Judge, but that's not the way it was sold to us.
And it's budgeted in their budget, so.
Yeah, I understand.
yeah. Any other discussion? We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Then the motion passes
Abstain.
unanimously. Oh, one abstain. Item number 5, discuss and consider authorizing and approving an amendment to the agreement with Tyler Technologies for ExecuTime and attendance software contract in the amount of $20,000 for January through December 2025. And this is yours also, Lisa.
This amendment will allow the county to have access to the Executime system until the county is able to extract data sufficient to meet the documentation requirements needed for ARPA, FEMA, etc. The recommendation is to authorize and approve the amended agreement with Tyler Technologies for Executime and attendance software to authorize an annual payment in the amount of $20,000 for the period of January 1 through December 31. The expenses will be paid with the county auditor's budget, and the amended document has been reviewed by the county attorney for legal sufficiency. The county auditor recommends approval. This is a much reduced rate because it is just accessing our historical data that is located on their servers.
And why wasn't this done why wasn't this done when we closed out and went to the new server? Why was this overlooked? Just somebody didn't catch it? What is the deal? We have to have that data.
It's the demands that FEMA grants have to get those timesheets with those signatures. And to be able to extract data in a particular way that we wouldn't have if we didn't have the full system. We can extract the flat source of data, but then you can't run queries and reports.
Well, then my other question is, some of these grants go on for years and years and years. How long are we doing? You're saying 1 year. Is this going to be a continual thing for the next 20 years? Because we have the reporting that is required.
We are working with IT trying to develop a way to be able to utilize this data and extract it.
Anna, do you have anything you need to add to any of this?
I think since Executime was used only through December 31st, 2023, FEMA, we're closing out on the COVID, all the timesheets. So hopefully, maybe within the year, it will be done.
Oh, okay.
So the rest, I think, is just.
We'll move forward with the current system.
With the current system.
Okay.
Yes. And any other grants that they might ask for.
Make the motion to pass then. We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Abstain. Abstain.
Any oppose?
Abstain, Judge.
I heard you. I'm sorry. I was asking. I forgot to say that before.
That's
You
all right.
just answered a little bit early. Okay, so 4 ayes, 1 abstain. Item number 6, discuss and ratify the transfer of $1 million made on 11/22/24 from the general fund to the group insurance for a shortage at year-end 9/30. This is last year's insurance. This is exactly what Lisa had been talking about in the budget meetings, because you have invoices coming in continuously that it doesn't end, insurance doesn't end. If you're at home and you get any bills, it is sometimes 3 months behind, 4 months. And she advised us that this was going to be this way. We had an emergency meeting of the insurance committee. That is when it was approved to make this $1 million transfer. The next item is going to be asking for additional money because they need that through the end of the year. So I'd make the motion to approve the transfer, or I should let somebody else. I made the transfer. Y'all better, somebody else make the motion.
I'll make the transfer, Judge.
Yes,
Since I
okay,
was
Commissioner
on
Modis.
that meeting,
Yes,
the
you were at
insurance
that
committee, we
meeting,
got that
yes.
update. So I'll make a motion on this $1 million transfer.
6, item 6, the ratify.
Item number 6, the
yes,
ratify,
item
yes.
6.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Abstain.
1 abstain, 4 aye. Or are you abstaining too? I'm sorry, 2 abstains, 3 ayes. And this, just to let you know too, this transfer was made because apparently Boone Chapman keeps our health insurance. They get our bills and pay, and we reimburse. They're making these payments. We were brought in because we were going to be drastically short, quite possibly not be able to pay them for.
Yeah,
How old is the bill?
sorry.
How old is the bill?
It wasn't old.
So included in the attachments, I included a revenues versus expense. It was a multi-year look back, going all the way back to the actual of 1819 to the current, so that you could see that.
1819.
Yes, in your.
1819?
Yes, the fiscal year
1819.
1819. No.
Oh, thank you.
2019 fiscal year.
Oh, my.
Oh, my gosh, I'm thinking that was on. Wow.
2018, 2019 actual.
Lisa, my question is there not a deadline for these companies to submit their invoices?
There is a deadline, but if you look at also, I attached the lag report. So I attached 2 years worth of lag reports for just the medical claims, not the prescription claims come in fairly quickly.
But wait,
It's-
this wasn't from 2018.
No,
So why
it's
are we
just a
talking about that?
history of going back so that you could see
where
the.
we've
Yeah, but
always
you're,
been
you're,
behind.
okay,
Yes.
right, but when was, Commissioner Gonzalez's very easy question was, when was this bill from?
This was the current.
They're the current bills. They were paid
Thank
in
you.
the check register
Yes,
that was paid recently.
Thank you.
But when the expenses
That's it.
were incurred is a long range. It could be over the last year anytime, or
And that
beyond
already
that.
passed, so moving on to item 7, which will
But
be
they do have a
another-
deadline to submit these bills.
Yes.
And this
And-
bill was from recently,
Yes.
And
yes?
Yes. The
This
pay,
$1 million
the checks were issued in the month of November
Yes.
for claims incurred
In the last year's. budget.
last fiscal year.
Well-
And there's a lag report that shows you exactly when the claims were incurred that was attached to the agenda item.
Mr.
I'd rather hear it from you than somebody telling you that it was from last year. Was it from last year?
Yes.
It was, there is a small portion that is for the current year.
Okay.
But all the other payments issued in November were for the previous year. Again, there was approximately 500,000 that was for the current fiscal year that occurred in October and November for the medical claims. All the other expenditures were for the previous fiscal year that ended 9/30/2024.
Understood.
Why are we paying for October and November? Because I don't understand, like, how do we know because we increased, we already added $2 million for this fiscal year for additional claims to pay for the employees.
That's correct.
So why are we having to transfer, I don't know where this transfers, why are we having to transfer for October and November for this fiscal year?
It's not for October and November. It's ultimately for the previous fiscal
What's
year.
the total for the
Okay, well, you
previous
just-
fiscal years? Oh, you're adding too much information that makes it confusing.
Because you just said it was for October and
Yes.
November. You just said that. That's why it confused everybody,
The
because
previous
why would we be
fiscal
doing?
year's total expenditures are $18,167,412. The revenues with this transfer are only $16,575,000, leaving a deficit of $1.592 million.
So it's not for October and November.
No.
That's correct.
Yes,
It's not for October, but he said, what was paid in November? What was paid in November did include payments for October and November.
Yeah, but that's not what you said. You said that part of this transfer was for October and November.
Stated it wrong. It was
So
confusing. Yes.
none of this is for this fiscal year. It's for
That's
all of
correct.
last
It's
fiscal year.
all for last fiscal year's expenses.
And this next item will be also for last year's fiscal expenses, but you just stated in there, we're another $1.5 million short with
It's-
this transfer.
With
if we
that
approve
transfer, we're currently $1.5 million short, but you'll remember we brought in a little bit of surplus last year. It has also been brought to my attention yesterday that there were only 23 rather than 24 biweekly contributions made during the 2024 calendar year. That request was approved by the previous administration.
Which is about
Which is
500,000.
approximately 500,000.
Of short that we didn't collect.
From The county didn't contribute,
pay
and the employee
employee
did, the biweekly employees didn't pay. That was a decision made by previous administration, in order to realign the payments with the month that is being paid.
Previous administration that you were a part of.
The previous administration, the previous county auditor made that decision.
Oh, now
It,
And we're not, and Lisa, as soon as she found out, she brought it over to our office, so it's under.
Well, not as soon as she found out, because it was done last year.
She just found out that they didn't collect for this one
yes.
yesterday.
So in a vacuum, you're saying you had no knowledge of this, that the previous county auditor did this, he just did it on his own with no court instruction, no Board of Judges instruction, nobody else, he just did it in a vacuum by himself?
To the best of my knowledge, that he made the decision. Staff brought it to him, the request. He approved the request. An email was sent out to all Nueces County employees notifying them that a collection would not be made in April.
So you had knowledge of this in April, because everybody got it. I mean, I didn't get it, because I don't pay the insurance, so I guess I didn't get it.
It was everybody email, so everybody in Nueces County received it. I received the information. I had an email about it. I did not put it together. There was no meeting that I was involved in to discuss this. There were meetings between staff and Dale that I had no knowledge of.
What was the basis for this, and what staff persons put this forward? Who made the request?
The request was made by the insurance administration to align the payments.
Who's the insurance administrator? You said it was made by staff.
Yes.
But Dale authorized it.
Yes,
She brought it to
Dale
his
authorized
attention.
it. She made the request, Michelle.
Our previous county judge didn't have anything to do with it?
This was done last year. It wouldn't
Yes,
have been,
this
and
was-
I wasn't on any emails either. Yeah.
I'm saying she said the
Yeah.
previous administration.
No,
Previous
no,
auditor.
no.
Previous
The previous
auditor.
county,
Auditor
the previous
department.
county
Yes,
auditor.
Yes.
This administration.
And so why would that request even be made in the first place? I don't understand. Why would a request be made by a staff member and approved by an auditing department that would short the county?
I don't think anyone looked at that
Well,
portion.
no, I don't understand, like,
She was looking at trying to realign the payment periods, is my understanding from speaking with her.
so this
Again,
realignment
it
cost us
was-
$500,000?
The county didn't get the $500,000 paid in the premium, and as you have previously pointed out, the major contributor is the county pays for the health insurance.
85%.
85%.
15%.
So
it's a minimal
85%
amount that
of-
the county lost on that. We would
Well,
have
but
had
if
to
we'd
pay
have
it
known this
anyway.
during budget, who knows, maybe the budget might have gone a different route if we'd have known we were all going to be this short. Because I remember some conversations, there was always disagreement, well, not always, there was disagreement between you and Dale and this and that, but this never came forward and was presented to us during the budget out here by anybody.
Anybody.
I understand that, sir.
So you're saying how did you just detect it, but it's on the agenda?
I was reviewing the calendar whenever I was advised that the calendar had been updated
Reviewing the calendar, okay.
for payroll. Whenever I was advised that the calendar had been updated.
But it was never brought to Commissioner's Court?
No.
No.
Okay, so I don't understand, like, if someone makes a $500,000 mistake in my world, they don't work anymore in my world. So,
He's gone.
well, but this is not just him. This is the auditor's office. Somebody made a recommendation that had an effect that's costing this county a lot of money that we might have been able to deal with in a budget process, might have changed votes on how people might have voted on budgets or what they might have wanted to do to increase things and so forth had they known that we were going to be in this kind of hole. because of this kind of situation.
Is
So
this- I'm sorry,
I think
Commissioner.
there's just further investigation that needs to be done on this. I'm not satisfied that this is, I just don't even, no offense, I just don't know what to believe anymore that comes out of the auditor's office. So I'm not willing, I'm going to vote no, or would support a motion to table until there's some independent investigation of this. I'm just, no offense, but I'm just tired of what comes out of that office, and we can blame it all on everybody, someone that's not here, and that's fine and good, but there are still people here that have got to take some responsibility for this too. So I think we need to table this one and do an independent investigation before we vote on it.
Excuse me, does this have anything to do with the 500,000 that we owe the hospital district?
No.
No?
I don't know.
We don't know.
No, I just
Yeah, no.
remember a
On the
previous judge had borrowed
judge, no, this
500,000
has nothing to do
from
with
the hospital district.
It's totally just separate, it's
Yeah.
insurance.
So we have a motion to table item number 7, the other transfer, which is going to put us in the same position we were in last
And
week when we had to
we can
transfer
balance
money.
payments.
This
Say
is,
again?
Boone Chapman has our register for payments under the health care. If we table number 7, we bounce payments.
We bounce
Because health
checks.
insurance continues.
And
Bounce.
we got to make sure we're not writing hot checks. I mean, basically what this is. I mean, that's the explanation that we had in the
In our
previous,
meeting.
previous meeting that we had. That's why this is being ratified, because the judge had to take action.
you
That's
already
why I
transferred
was
this one,
included on that meeting.
One we transferred, the other we're asking to transfer because
To
then
give
they
us a
need
cushion.
additional. We've already voted on 6, we're on number 7.
Right.
Okay,
So
I hear
7
where
is
you're-
to give us
no.
that cushion.
I hear where you're going.
Because we're uncertain on how much we need.
Right.
It stinks. We all agree. I mean, I don't
Yes.
think anyone up here or any of our staff would agree that this is ideal, that this is where we should be. We've taken positive steps that we have a new consultant that is working with us, that has a different approach and a larger firm to work with. We have an interim auditor now who hopefully will help us catch this in real time as we can.
And
But
we plan on hiring a person in our office
Right.
to give us better information like this as well.
Okay, Judge, I hear where you're going on that. I don't think we have a choice, but I'm going to make an independent motion, and we have a motion. I'd like to, before I support this, I'd like to make a motion to have an independent investigation with an outside auditor or someone that can really analyze how this happened and how we got here, because this is in no way, shape, or form acceptable. It's not acceptable to me. It's not acceptable to taxpayers. I mean, this is taxpayer money that we're spending. We're going to be digging deeper now into the reserves. Again, had this been brought to our attention during the budget, it might have changed how the entire budget went, because this is not what we anticipated. We didn't, you
This
you
is
hear
a
about
$2
things and things get
million
talked.
hit on last year's budget.
Say
that
again?
This is a $2 million hit on last year's budget.
Well, it's $2 million out of the reserves is what it's going to be.
Yeah.
And that's what this
Well,
is. It's
our
coming out of the
ending
fund
reserve
balance, and
was
so
already
I
gonna
can't
be-
wait to see our fund
Yeah.
balance next year.
Exactly.
So, but the point is, this can't just be like, okay, we're going to do it because we're in the spot, because now I get it. We're going to bounce a check if we don't vote for this, so I'm going to vote for it, but only, I think I'd like to first make the motion to have an independent auditor come in and investigate this situation to
Health
see
insurance
how we
fund?
got here and whose fault it was. I'm sorry.
What we want to do, I'm
Go
going
ahead.
to just say real quick, I agree with you, what you're saying, but I think maybe you just do need a forensic audit instead of investigation.
I don't care what it is.
You know,
I meant
because-
some sort of independent audit, whatever you want to call it,
That's what we need, a forensic audit.
Into the microphone, sorry, Commissioner.
whatever you want to do.
Into the microphone, please, sorry.
Yeah, I'm just talking about a forensic audit, they're going to look at everything that's independent. I'm not, it may, if it warrants an investigation, well, it warrants investigation, but, you know, I don't know.
Judge, you ran under this, that you wanted a forensic audit done. And then you said there's no money, but apparently we're still having to look for money to pay for some of these things. And myself, I give these people a vote of no confidence, so no, I'm not going to agree to any of this. And I do believe we do need a forensic audit.
Of the healthcare or the whole auditor's office, what are we asking?
The
here?
whole auditor's office, which
And-
would-
and
should
Commissioner-
include healthcare.
I'm agreeing with you to the point of which if the only, I agree with you, that's why I'm making this motion. To vote against the transfer, however, is voting against paying for insurance for our employees. That's the only reason I'm going to vote for it, because otherwise we bounce a check and they don't have insurance, and that's not cool. So I agree 100% with what you're saying. That's why I'm making this motion to do this audit. I get we've got to find funds to do it, but I'm done. I'm just done. This last budget was the worst budget in the history of any budget I've ever sat in on anything I've ever done, ever, business, professional, personal. I've done, let's see, 10, I've done 17 city and county budgets in my tenure, and I've never been through anything worse than what I've been through by tenfold. So I agree 100% with what you're saying, and I don't know where we come up with the money, but we can't afford not to do this, because we just are now spending $2 million that we didn't anticipate. And
Do your other motion first, and then we'll come to item 7.
I agree. That's my motion, is to do, if you want to call it forensic or whatever the appropriate term is, Commissioner.
Defensive, forensic, whatever.
I don't, that's fine, then we need to do it, and I would just say that I don't know how much those things cost. It would be nice to maybe call someone who does these things for a living and find out what the range is, so we can find the funds before we leave the meeting today, because we have got to fix this, and this is just not acceptable in any way, shape, or form.
Second the motion.
So,
Who do you want to head this up? Is this an instruction to what office?
well, I'm okay if the court's okay with saying to the judge, go find someone to do a forensic audit, but we've got to come up with an amount of money, because I don't want to put her in a bad spot that she has to
I
spend
was
money with
told
that.
before, when I looked into this, 250 to 500,000.
No way.
Yeah.
I just don't buy that. I'm sorry. I don't buy that.
That came from TAC.
Pardon?
Came from tax people. Like,
Yeah. I mean, if you're talking, I'm not talking about
This is, that
every
might have been like
everything, so
county-wide.
specific to just payments or health insurance,
I'll take an audit on this for right now.
just health insurance.
I'll take an audit on health insurance for right now.
Okay,
I mean,
I can
that's,
check on that, yes.
that would
That's the
be-
reason we didn't do it before. I fully wanted it, but we had no money for
I
it.
mean, yeah, that's.
But we're still having to find money to fix.
I agree, you're
So
absolutely right.
why don't we just do it and get it done, and then everybody can be at ease and know that they depend, whatever's being said from the auditor's office, there's truth to it. But it's wrong. I don't want to do anything that's going to go against the employees. So I do support that, but I don't support, I support having an audit, but I don't support it interfering with the employees.
Could we maybe just go find out what an approximate cost would be just to audit this health care?
It's gotta be forensic audit. Getting deep.
Right, but I'm saying,
I'm getting the
right,
office to
on
check.
just this area, because I'm not saying to do everything right now, because we can't get that
No,
done
but the
between.
audit department.
Yeah, like just, well,
Who's the audit
on
department?
at least, I know, but we can ask that number, but if it's somewhere like what the judge says, we can't find that money without spending time
Not in
looking.
this year's budget with only
Or
2
if we
million in
could-
contingency.
Right, or if we could find how much the whole thing is, right, to satisfy Commissioner Gonzalez and Hernandez, that's fair.
A price
And
on
then-
both.
And then how much it would be to just do a certain segment of it, like what we're talking about, the healthcare part. So I'm going to leave
So
that
basically
motion.
just on the department or just on the health
Right.
portion.
And so if we could get an idea, maybe call, I don't care, somebody, I'm not going to say who, because I'm not going to be accused of giving somebody work. So call somebody that you know in the business that's an accountant that can give you an idea of what we're talking about. Can we just leave that motion on the table? Not table, but leave it active?
We'll come back after
Yes, that's
executive.
what I'm trying
I
to say.
have Peyton checking with a couple of people as well right now. She was
Okay.
listening to the conversation, so.
Call the question on number 7? Can we call the
Yes,
question?
yes. So.
Well, can we
we're-
call the question, can we?
I asked to call the question. We got
I
to
get
do
it,
it.
but can
don't
we leave the agenda item open to come back to
I asked
it?
to call the question on
Okay, then,
number 7.
John, I'm asking a question.
But I asked to call
But
the
if
question.
Right, and
that
I'm asking,
preempts.
I'm asking a parliamentary procedure
I
question.
took the parliamentary procedure first and I asked
So
to
we
call the
have
question.
a
I appreciate
motion.
that.
So we gotta
No.
act, we gotta act on
All
the
the
question.
questions
my
to
parliamentary
act
question
on
is-
it. Can we open it back up
That's all I'm
to
asking.
add that
That's all I'm asking.
audit on this question later is, I think, what his question is.
That's all I'm asking.
He's not wanting to table this
No,
item
I'm wanting to vote, but I want to come back to it with my other motion.
with an additional motion.
You can make a motion in the meeting at any point, at any time,
It
for any
pertains
reason.
to this, so it would be on this item, so
You're
we would have.
muddying the water. Look,
So,
the issue
yeah,
is
so
we need
Commissioner-
a cushion period. All this other stuff we've all agreed to. We all have said, I had said it. We've all extensively said it. We all agree to it. That can be done separately. Let's let the public and our staff understand that we support getting this done. All the other stuff that we agreed to, yes, let's make a motion when we come
can
out of
do that
executive
without
session.
this.
Well, I'm
and we
asking if
do
I can come
That's
back to
all
it
I'm
later.
saying. Let's just put it in a different order. That's all I'm asking.
As long as I can come back to 7, I'm fine.
I'm good with that.
Yes.
Can we do that?
That's all I want to know.
Well, if you're, do you want to vote on it right now and then come back to it? I think that's, these are
Asking you, can I
competing
come back
ideas.
to, if we vote on it, can I come back to it on item 7 and it be germane?
Consider, yes, if you're a winning person on the vote, if you're on the
you vote
side, you bring it back,
positive, yes.
reconsider the vote.
Yes.
That's all I'm asking.
Okay.
So the motion now on item number 7 is to transfer the additional 1 million to the general fund for group health from the general fund for the group health.
To pay the employee insurance.
To pay the employee, this is all, it's for the group health, yes, it is to pay.
Okay. Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion passes. Thank you very much. And we might possibly come back to this for an additional motion if we get that information before. Item number 8 is the approval of the fourth quarter investment report. There are several corrections that have been passed out to us, so I would make the motion to table to January until those corrections are made. Do I have a second?
Second.
And the county clerk passed out the corrections. She was sick at this meeting, wasn't able to attend, but it's a $2 million change, actually, a little bit over, yes.
It
so.
wasn't included in the report.
It wasn't included in the report, should have been.
Not my report.
We have a motion and a second to table to the January meeting. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously.
Auditor's report,
was-
that was not my report.
Yeah, it was tabled, so.
Thank you.
Item number 9, discuss and consider amending the Nueces County Investment Committee policy. And the policy is in your book, recommended by your investment committee to include the role and use of an investment advisor. We had meetings with several. The investment committee voted unanimously to add this wording to allow us to do this. I would make the motion to pass.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Abstain.
1 abstain, 3 ayes. And Commissioner Matos is out.
It's just
Yes.
adding this language.
It's, yes.
So that-
Item number 10, discuss and consider adopting an order granting an exception under section 262.024 of the Texas Government Code for investment management services. And Jenny, you want to explain this one?
This is, let me, I think
Is
I
this
have it
adding the
pulled up.
commercial paper, or is this? I
This
don't
one
remember the
is
discussion.
contracting, let me not do this from memory, hold on, let's see. I have it pulled up. Or I did. I believe this is the competitive bidding exception that
Oh,
we are just
yes.
going with meter based on our interviews and talking with them as a professional service.
And we're allowed to do that?
Under the exception named in the order that's attached, it spells
Yes.
it out very clearly.
Yes, that's.
And you've
that's
seen
in the-
it,
it's
you
in the
agree?
Purchasing Act.
Yes.
We use this frequently for professional services.
Oh.
And sometimes when there's a professional service that's not explicitly stated, the court just has to approve the order identifying it as a professional service.
This
And then you
is
can move
definitely a
forward without
professional
competitive
service.
bidding. Yes.
I make the motion to pass. And this passed out of the investment committee unanimously as well.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Abstain.
1 abstain, 3 ayes, and Commissioner Matos is still out. Item number 11, discuss and consider executing the investment advisory agreement with Meter Public Funds as recommended by the Nueces County Investment Committee. And that was another unanimous vote with the Nueces County Investment Committee policy, the Texas Public Funds Investment Act of the Texas Government Code, Texas law and related matters. This just finalizes these 3 motions that allows us to
Yes.
contract with them. I'd make the motion to pass.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Abstain.
One
I'm
abstain.
just gonna, again, what is this? Is it just to change the name again, or what? Different
Number
title?
11?
Yeah, number 11.
No, it's the company, like, these two allowed us to go and hire an advisor. This is the company that the hospital district uses as well. They recommended to us. We met with him.
Advisor for investment?
Yes, That just gives us a little cushion. It is another person that we talk to before investments are made or.
What happened to knowing?
Oh, this has nothing to do with Noe's contract. This is,
So
my-
is
yeah,
this
this
totally
has-
different than?
This
it's
is totally
and
different. This has nothing to do with what Noe does for us. This has to do with money like they put in the Texas class and
In the
other
bank? In the
to
bank?
our interest accounts and stuff that we, and the investment committee all met and we all unanimously agreed on this, so. We had a motion and a second. I think we had a vote, but
I'm gonna
you
stay-
asked a question
I
afterwards.
want
so-
to say abstain on that one.
You're going to abstain, so we have 3 ayes, 2 abstain. On item number F, Human Resources. Discuss and consider approving the creation and job posting for the County Court at Law 5 for a Family Drug Court Liaison. This is a grant that they received, a no-cash match that they came to court and asked to go after. I'd make the motion to pass.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Item number 2, discuss and consider posting the job for applications for the county library position internally and all related matters. Crystal Drillin has been the interim since August 2024. She was the acting county library. She was doing all the functions of the county librarian since probably back as far as January. So this would be posting for that job, which would also free up her position to go out to post so that she is not shorthanded. These are all budgeted positions. Make the motion to pass.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. Item number 3 has got 3 motions in it. Discuss and consider accepting, unfortunately and unwillingly, the resignation letter from Kendall Bradley and appointing, actually, at even her advice, John Herrera as the interim animal services manager, and then possibly opening up for applications for the animal services manager position. And I had the opportunity to meet with Mr. Herrera, I think yesterday or day before. I'm losing track of what days it is, but he's been there for 5 years, done an excellent job, and Kendall feels like he is the person for the job. So we would need to accept her letter, appoint him, and open the job for positions, all 3.
Second.
We have a motion and the second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Judge, just a quick comment. Just want to thank Kendall for everything she's done. She's really made a difference out there. Thank Commissioner Gonzalez and Judge Scott. I know y'all worked really hard to get her on board in the first place when we had a situation up there. So thank y'all for your help on that. But really and truly, I'm very sorry to see you go. Glad you've found someone that you think can do a good job. And we look forward to working with him. But we'll wish you and your family the best. But again, we appreciate all the big strides you've made in really making that a very successful operation out there. So thank you for that.
Absolutely, yes.
And if I can just say, I want to thank the court also for the opportunity and just for the endless support for our department. I mean, we have made a lot of changes, and anytime I've had any issues, we've been able to meet with whoever we needed to and collaborate and get things done. So it's very appreciated. And I know John will do an excellent job as well.
Thank you, John.
We'll be missed, Kendall. We appreciate your work and just the presence that I've seen more on social media and just the way that you've helped organize. And we went from a very controversial struggle to transition over to you and to you to kind of get us on board, just working with paperwork. But I feel confident in John that he's been there. He knows a lot of the background and can help maintain us until we find someone permanent. But you were kind of a perfect fit just because your background, your experience, your family's experience in animal services altogether helped kind of just bring a perfect catalyst to our county at a time for reform. Sorry you won't be here to see the animal services building, but maybe when you visit, you'll be able to take a tour of it. Thank you.
Reapply?
Thank you.
You can come back.
Well, I'm
back
still
when it's new.
going to be around. I think you all have my personal number if y'all ever need anything, advice, I'm more than happy to help, so.
Thank you for the helping us with the RT. You did a good job.
Yes.
Thank you, Kendall. Appreciate your work.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to item G1, discuss and consider authorizing or approving the renewal of the 3-year agreement with SHI Microsoft licenses. Do you want to take this one? It's got a lot of language on it. This is budgeted in your account. This is the total amount budgeted for this originally was the 1.4. The amount today we're approving is the 469 out of your budget.
Yes, it's
Yes.
it's the same annual payment each
It
year. That adds
does
up to
every
the,
year, yes.
1.4, yes.
Make the motion to pass.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes 4, and Commissioner Gonzalez left, sorry. Or I don't know if he said anything before he left. Item number 2, discuss and consider the award and execution of a countywide ARPA-funded agreement with Designs That Compute the Visionality. This is for our Nueces County courtroom equipment and stuff. I guess this contract is ready to go.
Yes.
Yes. Make the motion to pass. This is ARPA-funded countywide, the courtroom improvements. Okay. We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion passes. If we might possibly come back to that one if we get, but there's nothing else that needed to be brought into executive, so I believe we are ready to go to executive. Executive session, public notice is given that the Commissioners Court may elect to go into executive session anytime during the meeting to discuss matters listed anywhere on the agenda when authorized by the provisions of the Open Meetings Act, Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, to the extent there has been a past practice of distinguishing items for public deliberation and those for executive session. The public is advised that the court is departing from that practice and reserves the right to discuss any listed agenda items in executive session when authorized by law to do so. In the event the Commissioners Court elects to go to executive session regarding an agenda item, the section or sections of the Open Meetings Act authorizing the executive session will be publicly announced by the presiding officer. In accordance with the authority of the Government Code, Texas Vernon's Code, Section 551.071, 551.072, 551.073, 551.074, 551.0745, 551.076, 551.086, 551.087. The Commissioners Court will hold an executive session to consult with attorneys, including matters related to litigation, deliberate regarding real property, prospective gifts, personnel matters, including termination, county advisory bodies, security devices, and/or economic development negotiations and other matters that may be discussed in an executive session. Upon completion of the executive session, the Commissioners Court may, in an open session, take such action as appropriate on items discussed in an executive session. Item A today is consult with the county attorney and outside counsel regarding legal matters in the county of Nueces versus Purdue Pharma and the 152nd District Court of Harris County authorizes the Nueces County Judge, Nueces County Attorney's Office, and/or outside counsel to execute the necessary settlement documents and related matters. Texas Government Code 551.071, discuss, consider, and take action in regular session if necessary. Item B, consult with the county attorney and outside counsel regarding legal matters related to 2024 DCV 1905-B, Lawrence Jones III versus Nueces County in the 117th District Court in Nueces County. Ratify hiring of outside co-counsel and related matters. Texas Government Code 551.071. Discuss, consider, and take action in regular session if needed. Item C, consult with the county attorney and outside counsel on legal matters related to the settlement, participation, and release forms regarding settlement offers from Kroger in the matter of the Texas opioid multi-district litigation, County of Nueces versus Purdue Pharma, in the 152nd District Court of Harris County. Is this not the same as the first one, Jenny? This isn't a duplicate?
There is a duplicate, Judge.
Okay, I was like, didn't I
Yes.
just read this? So, okay, sorry. Then we don't need to reread that.
There's just different details, but it's the same
item.
substance.
Okay. Item D, consult with the county attorney regarding legal matters related to the separation of employment from the former Director of Human Resources and all related matters, Texas Government Code 551.071, and take action on the same in open session if necessary. Item E, consult with the county attorney on C.C. Palmer's tax abatement agreement and take action in open session, Texas Government Code 551.071. Item F, consult with the county attorney regarding employee reimbursement for overpayments and all related matters. Take action in same open session. Texas Government Code 551.071. And item G, discuss and consider the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment of duties, discipline, or dismissal of the Inland Parks Director. Take action in same open session if necessary. Texas Government Code 551.071. And just on that last sentence for all of ours, I say this a couple of times, but it just bodes reminding. The wording sounds awful. We just have to bring the individuals' department heads into executive if they choose to do it, and executive when there is any issue going up. So I've asked for that to be changed, but they tell me there's nothing that we can do about it. And then it is now 12:27, and we are dismissed for executive session. We will be back afterwards. Ready. Okay, it is 2:29. We are back from executive session, and we have a motion on item A. Commissioner Modas, you want to read that?
Yes,
Yes,
Judge.
sorry.
This is for item 4A and 4C. Move to accept the proposed settlement with Kroger and County, in the County of Nueces versus Purdue Pharma, Inc. et al., MDLP trial cause number 2018-63587 in the 152nd District Court of Harris County, Texas, and authorize the Nueces County Attorney to execute all documents necessary for the settlement and release.
I'll second that motion. All those
Do
in,
you have the amount in there? Do you have the
That was not in there. No, I'm sorry.
I thought we were told 100,000.
Was that
We need to add that into there?
authorize the,
That's what I have in my notes from executive.
It's approximately a number, but I'm getting that now.
Hey, it's 100,000.
Yeah.
What? Oh, it's okay. You can do it.
This side,
Yeah, it's 100,000.
That's what we all have in our notes from there. Yeah.
She says no dollar amount.
No dollar amount put in there, okay. So we have the motion. I'll second the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. Then moving on to item B, and I believe Commissioner Gonzalez, you have a motion?
4B, I'd like to make a motion to ratify the hiring of Sanford, Dow, and Dow, Golub, Remittals, and Galbraith, PLLC, for work related to 2024 DCV 1905B. Lawrence R. Jones III versus Nueces County, Texas, in the 117th District Court of Nueces County, Texas, in accordance with the submitted letter of engagement. Approved all necessary authorizations and order the clerk and auditor to expedite payment for the agreed upon retainer.
I'll second that. We have a motion and a, huh? 10,000.
Okay.
Yes.
10,000. Well done.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 Yeah, the retainer was for 10,000,
Yes,
right?
yeah. The motion passes unanimously. Moving on to item E, and Commissioner Chesney, I believe you have that one.
On D?
E.
E, sorry. Yes, ma'am. Item E, motion would be to extend the abatement to C.C. Palmer's contingent upon agreement that C.C. Palmer pay a prorated amount based on what Nueces County is owed according to our assessment, plus compounded interest, plus attorney's fees from the beginning of the case. The extension payment will be due January 2nd, 2025, and C.C. Palmer's will receive credit for the payment toward all amounts owed when resolved. Funds will go directly to the county fund balance reserves of the general fund. Absent agreement to these terms, C.C. Palmer's would be in default as of December 31st, 2024. That is my motion.
Commissioner Modis seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. Going back to the one motion on the regular agenda,
I think it was 7.
number 7, we still haven't gotten an amount for those. We've made several phone calls. They're asking for more information. We've got several people that are calling us back, so I don't know what you want to do moving forward, if you want to set a limit on that and see where the funding can come from and authorize me to contact them, or what we can do, or put it on the agenda for January.
I think since we approved the payment, the motion can be a little more flexible based on the fact that we did approve that payment. So I would make a motion to hire an independent auditor to audit the healthcare funds of Nueces County to determine discrepancies that have led us to these extra $2 million in payments, and that would be brought back with recommendation for the January 8th meeting as to how to proceed.
Austin, how we do it, yes.
And I don't know who to direct that to. Anybody got a suggestion on that one? Since Peyton's already started, I don't know, or Teresa. I mean, I guess we can.
We could do Teresa.
I'm not going to make a motion that includes your staff, but since Teresa does work for the whole court, I'll make it that Teresa would take charge of that one, please. That would be my motion.
I'll second that.
No? Oh, okay. Okay.
And this is just to bring it back for us to see how much it's going to cost, where the money's going to come from, that kind of stuff.
Right, but
To
as an
hire them,
action
but this
item,
will
so
get
that
us
we
the
could.
details that we need to move forward, so, yes. And so we have a motion.
Hold on, Judge, I'm sorry, I apologize. And Jenny, we could do that as personal services, so that didn't have to go out for RFP, so Teresa could literally come back with a recommendation for who that is.
Professional services.
Okay, just so that's clear.
That's my understanding.
Yes.
Okay, that's clear that's clear for Teresa too. Yes, ma'am, I'm sorry, thank you.
Good. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. 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 Any opposed? The motion passes unanimously. I believe that was the last item I had to come back to do. Do we have any adjournments in memory? I think
Yes, Judge.
several of us do. Yes,
I have
Commissioner?
one. Amador Isasi Duran died peacefully on Thanksgiving Day, November 28th, surrounded by his loving wife and daughters. Mr. Duran was raised in Robstown. That laid the foundation for the man that he would become. He was a part of a family of seasonal migrant workers, and so he did not have the opportunity to attend school regularly, as the family left every year in April and returning in late December. This is a story many of us can relate to, or our families can relate to. So, Mr. Duran was just a good man, very kind man who served our country with distinction. And as a member of the U.S. Army, he achieved the rank of sergeant, eventually earned his GED while in the military, and even earned a Purple Heart during the Vietnam War. In 1982, he married the love of his life, Rosie Vera, and together they built a family centered on faith in God, love, family, and service to country and community. Mr. Duran Amador proudly retired from CC Army Depot after 34 years of service, and he and his family were members of Most Precious Blood Catholic Church for over 40 years. He was a Eucharistic volunteer, and he was also a volunteer at Galvan Elementary and was honored as a top volunteer for encouraging and guiding generations of children to become educated. Mr. Duran participated in many events, and one was so important in his life that in 2017 he was recognized and walked the stage with the 2017 graduating class of Robstown High School. He didn't get to do that because he earned his GED and when he was at war. So he got recognized finally for walking the stage. He had received proclamations by Mayor Joe McComb and Mayor Paula Guajardo. And, of course, his family was very important to him, his family, his children, and his grandchildren. Mr. Duran was very active in the Veterans Roundtable, and even though he moved to Corpus in his adult life, would always ask me, he goes, Modest, how are you doing with my beloved Robstown? And so it was always a joy to see him, and I was truly saddened to hear of his passing, but know that his legacy and his smile and his kindness will live on. So my condolences to the Isasi, Duran, and Vera families. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, our condolences. Does anybody else have any? I have a couple as well. I'll start then. John Philip Buckner. John Philip Buckner, 80, loving husband, father, grandfather, and friend, passed away on Monday, November the 25th, 2024. He was born at St. Joseph's Hospital in Houston, Texas on December the 1st, 1943, to Joseph and Lucy Buckner. John graduated with a BS in Civil Engineering and an MS in Environmental Health Engineering from the University of Texas at Austin. John and Catherine were married on September the 16th, 1967 in Austin, Texas. Following graduation from UT, John worked in the public sector in Austin for 2 years before moving his young family to Corpus Christi in 1971 to become the environmental engineer planner for the Coastal Bend Council of Governments, an organization of local government entities in 12 South Texas counties and 36 control public health and welfare. In 1977, he was appointed executive director of the CBCOG, a position in which he served honorably until his retirement in 2023. What a massive years of service to this community. He was instrumental in implementing the 911 program for the Coastal Bend. During his career, he was awarded Engineer of the Year for Nueces County, Texas. In July of last year, John was presented the Lone Star flag that was flown at the Capitol of the sovereign state of Texas on July 1st, 2023 from the Coastal Bend Council of Governments and the Texas House of Representatives in honor of his retirement after 52 years of service to the Coastal Bend region and the state of Texas. John was preceded in death by his mother and father, Lucy Buckner and Joseph Buckner, his sister Elizabeth Buckner, and daughter Sarah Buckner. John is survived by Catherine Noack Buckner, his wife of 57 years, and daughters Aaron Buckner Gordon Heaney of Cypress, Texas, Karen Buckner with her husband Richard Kotke of Houston, Texas. He is also survived by 6 granddaughters, Catherine, Charlotte, Madison, Lucille, Evelyn, and Abigail, his sister Barbara Buckner Short, numerous nieces, nephews, cousins, and friends. His visitation was held at St. Pius Catholic Church in Corpus Christi on December the 7th, 2024 at 10 a.m., followed by a rosary the same day. The Mass at 12 p.m. and the burial at 1 at Seaside Park. Our thoughts and prayers go out to him, and so many of us knew him and worked with him, and our sincere condolences to the family, and what a tremendous life of service he served for this Coastal Bend area. The next one I have is Henry C. Garrett, Jr. Henry Garrett Jr., 84 years of age, passed away peacefully on Sunday, December the 8th, 2024, surrounded by his loving family. He was born on December the 14th, 1939. Henry was a proud, lifelong Corpus Christian. Henry enlisted in the Air Force in 1958 at the age of 18. After his service in the Air Force, he joined the Corpus Christi Police Department in 1963. He was married to Nancy Todd Garrett, his childhood sweetheart, on June the 6th, 1959, until her death on March the 7th, 2005. Together they raised 3 sons. Henry took great pride in being an exemplary husband and father. His greatest love and joy came from the time he spent with his family. After a distinguished retirement from the police department in 1996, Henry went on to serve the community as city council member at large for 3 terms. He was decidedly elected mayor from 2005 to 2009 with 70% of the vote, serving 2 terms. In recognition of his servant leadership to the community, Henry was honored with the title Mayor Emeritus. He was very proud of his honest record of effective public service to our community. He married Janet Harris Garrett towards the end of his public service life, when they were able to also enjoy time together, traveling with friends, spend time with family, and enjoy the South Texas cuisine. Henry is preceded in death by his wife, Nancy Todd Garrett, his parents, Henry Garrett Sr., Elizabeth Garrett, his sisters, Carol Andrews, and her husband Wayne, and Diana Archer. Henry leaves behind his loving wife, Janice Garrett, his brother Gary Garrett, and Gail, his brother-in-law, Dan Archer, his sons, Todd Garrett, Melissa, Mark Garrett, Yvonne, Glenn Garrett, and Lynette, his stepsons, Doug Harris, and his grandchildren, Nicole, Morgan, Austin, Harrison, Madison, Dylan, Kayla, Megan, and Taylor Jack. Visitation will be held from 5 to 7 on Friday, December the 13th, 2024, at the Henry Garrett Center at 1415 North Water Street. A private family burial will be held at a later date. In respect to Henry's wishes, in lieu of flowers, donations can be made to Shriners Hospital for Children, Burn Unit, and St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital, or the Coastal Bend Food Bank. So many of us have worked and known and probably served with him as well, and known the Garrett family and everything, and our deepest condolences go out to them as they mourn the loss of such an icon to our community as well.
Judge, I'd like to share a little bit about Mayor Garrett. I served with the mayor. He got elected mayor in 2005, and I got elected to that city council. So he was my mayor for 2 terms that I served. And so, see him just just always kind of being aware of public officials, and to kind of be able to work with someone of that level, of knowing that he was a former chief and then eventually an at-large city councilman, and then being elected mayor. That's where I learned a lot in politics. And so he set a great example. He was really someone who put service above all else. And so this is a truly devastating loss for me, and I know for several of us that served with Henry. And definitely miss the mayor. Condolences to Janice, who we got to know during my time on council and the years after that. And of course, to all the children and grandchildren with the Garrett family. Henry was a class act, and he wasn't perfect, but he knew how to tell a story and really kind of diffuse situations. And to me, I guess it was the cop in him that knew how to de-escalate. Even heard a cool story about one time when he was police chief and didn't carry a gun, which I figured you still would, but he didn't have a gun on him at the time, but arrested somebody, pulled them over, I think on Castoris, and held them until patrol officers showed up to arrest them. I don't know what the person was doing illegally, but that kind of just shows you that you never took the lawman out of Henry Garrett. But he would truly be missed. It was truly sad to hear of this, and I know we had some opportunities to spend with him over the last few years, to enjoy with him and former council members, just to talk about old times and just to be able to visit. So those are some of the fondest memories I'll have of sharing with that. And of course, we'll be celebrating his life this Friday. So thank you.
Just a few words about it.
Yeah, please.
Chief Garrett, I call him Chief Garrett. We were in the police department together. He was my assistant chief. I was in the police department, and he was in CID first, and then from CID he went to be assistant chief. And I wasn't there when he became chief, but I always called him Chief Garrett, even when he was assistant chief. I know he wanted to be chief, but he's a great guy, and we, got along real good. We were good friends. We even got our haircuts in the same place at Hamlin Salon with Johnny, and he'd go and I'd go, and I said, Chief, you go first, and you're the chief, so. But he'd say, yeah, but you're the older one, so. So I kind of didn't like that very much, but anyway, he was a lot of humor. Yeah, always laughing, always, just joking around, and so I guess you and I come here to look better, huh? So yeah, well, some of us do look better, Chief. So, but I just want to say condolences to the family. He will be definitely missed in this community. He did a lot for the community, a lot for the police department, a lot for the city. So my prayers and condolences go out to the family. Yeah.
Thank you, Judge. Henry, I've known Henry Garrett since I was 16 years old, and I'm really old. So I've known Henry a long, long time. His son Mark and I went to high school together, and And Henry was bigger than life then, you know, and so it was such a cool deal for me to be able to come full circle in life and serve with him on the city council. And when I was running for city council, the people consulting me said, just tell everybody you want to work with Henry Garrett, and that'll help get you elected. And so everywhere I went, I tell everyone, I'm Brent Chesney and I'm running for this, but I really want to work with Henry Garrett, and I think it worked. But he was just a great man and a great friend, and I just don't think people realize how much Henry did for this community. And as John will remember, when we served together on the city council about him, you know, he wasn't one of these flashy guys. His big deal was he wanted to fix infrastructure. He was all about streets, and he lived on the island at the time, and the water pressure was on the island was really bad at the time. They couldn't get good water mains out there, and he was so, you know, just really, he always would say, look, I'm not the guy that's going to be the flashy, you know, big appeal. I just want to fix streets and fix infrastructure and keep it simple, and he did. He had a lot to do with that. We used to joke about, you know, we'd ask him, well, did you get to take a shower before you came to council this week since you didn't have any water pressure? And he'd laugh, and we'd have a good talk about it. And he just did so much for this community in so many different ways. And Mr. Gonzalez is right, too, as far as what he meant as a police chief. I mean, that's what I knew him as forever, was a police officer, and he kept moving up the ranks and was a police chief. And he was, you know, bigger than life. He was on the front page of the Caller Times about every week, it seemed like, doing something. So, it's a big loss, and I had the opportunity to go say my goodbyes to Henry last week, and you know, that's always sad, and life, you know, just goes by in a blink. So if you haven't had a chance to tell a loved one how much they mean to you, do that, because before you know it, we're all gone. We can't, time stands still for all of us. So I certainly want to add my condolences to the family and to my good friend and brother Henry Garrett, really older brother, but he was definitely like a brother to me. And it was actually, in many ways, no offense to Mark, I was probably closer to Henry later in life than I was to even his son, because we'd go to lunch, he and I, and Armando Chapa, and we'd go at least once a month, every couple of months, and just to catch up. And we had such a good times just talking. And boy, John is right, Commissioner Montes is right. He could tell stories. I hope somebody recorded him, because boy, he could tell stories and had a memory like a steel trap. As I said earlier, he was a mountain of a man, and we will miss him in this community. Thank you.
He truly loved this community, loved people, loved talking to people and listening. He's truly going to be missed.
Judge, I just want to say my prayers and condolences to the family. I knew Mr. Garrett, but not that close. The only time that we got close is when he started working for Seaside Memorial, and I was working on the other side. And so we talked for a little bit about the funeral business, but my prayers and condolences for Mr. Garrett.
He did that too.
Thank you. Are there any others? No. Then I guess it is 2:52, and this meeting will be adjourned. Thank you.